All right, welcome back, everyone. Believe we are continuing the evidentiary hearing for Young Brothers general rate increase. So, and I believe we are going to start with Ms. Kishimoto. All right. Good morning, Ms. Kishimoto. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Ono?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Kishimoto, could you, do you have exhibit YB hearing 12 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
You want to pass that out? We're going to have copies passed out.
Sure, go ahead. Thanks.
Ms. Kishimoto, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I recognize it.
And did you prepare the document?
No, I did not.
Who did?
Mr. Fisher.
And did Mr. Fisher provide all of the work papers that were the basis for this exhibit 12?
Yes, he did.
And did you review and check the accuracy of the chart against the work papers?
Yes, I did.
And what did that show?
Do you want me to explain the columns that I'm looking
Well,
at?
Is exhibit 12 accurate based on the work papers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you tell us what exhibit 12 shows us?
Exhibit 12, should I just start from maybe from the left column? So you see the letter B above. That's our test year that was included in the budget that was used to prepare Schedule G. Column C represents Mr. Moo Grace's recommended 3-year average, as well as column D is his adjustment. Column E represents our actuals from January through July, annualized. So divided by 7 months, multiplied by 12 to get an annual expectation for 2025. And column F compares that annualized 2025 to our actual budget.
Why are you comparing the forecasted expenses that were used to create the budget for the 2025 test year with the actual expenses occurred in 2025?
This is to show that our expected forecast for 2025 based on actual results from January through July, our expenses have increased. If you see at that bottom on row 11, it's increased by 13 million since we prepared the budget.
Yeah, and there's a column, column C, and this is a column for Moo Grace adjustment. What does that column tell us?
He's actually lowering our expenses, or he's saying to decrease from the test year, so even lower.
Okay, and looking at the line for cargo handling expense, you see that?
Yes,
There's it looks like cargo handling actuals are $2 million over the budget. Do you have a explanation for that?
this was for the inadvertent exclusion of the Medicare Part B benefit that was provided to our cargo handling employees.
Okay, and then moving down to administrative and general expenses, A and G, you have actual administrative and general as being about $6 million over the budget. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is there an explanation for that?
There's a couple of items driving this. The first is we didn't foresee having 2 interim executive positions that we had to fill for both the president and the CFO. So that's in there. The second is we didn't foresee the significant financial decline, which led us to have to withhold wharfage payments for 8 months beginning in October. So that represents the penalty fees that we're paying for those late wharfage penalty fees that we withheld for 8 months. In addition, what this is also not showing, because I said this represents January through July, this does not represent the discontinuation of regulatory accounting or ASC 980. If we included that in here, this number would actually be worse by about 3 million as well.
Okay, and moving down, there's a $2 million difference for other deductions. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This represents interest expense on our credit facility. When we prepared this budget, we were at a lower interest rate. Our interest rate has gone up for that. SOFR has gone up as well as our premium that we pay for it. And we've also drawn more than we had expected to on our short-term working capital facility.
Again, there were 3 line items where the forecast was actually above the actuals. Do you have a brief explanation for that?
For depreciation and amortization, it's just we didn't receive all of what we had expected to in our time. And then the extraordinary and prior period items, that's the sale of the Hokuloa.
Okay. And then would you explain to us what line 11 shows us?
Line 11, as I mentioned earlier, shows that our expenses are $13 million forecasted higher than what we had anticipated in the budget column in column B.
And then there's a last line minus 6.75% and then a minus 11.79%. What does that show us?
That's just the percentage of the dollars being greater than we had anticipated.
Okay. Yesterday we heard some testimony about the Naulu. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And the Naulu is the bigger barge that Young Brothers recently acquired. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what would happen if Young Brothers had to sell the Naulu barge?
We would risk our sailing schedule. We just went through an exercise a couple weeks ago, really looking at all of our assets in our fleet, both the tugs and the barges, and really looked at determining what assets we have, how old they are, what are owned and leased, and what we need to do to operate our schedule and really to drive revenue or top line growth.
Would you be able to effectively deliver safe, reliable service without the Naulu?
I don't think we would be able to. Like I mentioned, we went through that exercise to really look at the tugs and barges, which both provide the service, and we need both of those, tugs and barges, in our fleet to do that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Mr. Knox.
Good morning, Ms. Kishimoto.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. I'd like to just follow up on one thing about this exhibit YB hearing 12, but then maybe come back to it in a more general sense a little bit later. But the one particular thing in, I guess, what would be sort of like cell F4, the 6.5 million actuals over budget for administrative and general expenses. Did you say that part of that increase is because of filling 2 interim executive positions?
It's for the consulting fees related to having interim positions, not filling them, but having temporary help
I see.
while those positions, the permanent positions, remain open.
I see. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I wanted to follow up on a couple of questions that were deferred to you by other witnesses yesterday. I believe Ms. Verbrugge was asking this witness Nakagawa questions about gratis and in-kind shipments. If you look at your rebuttal testimony 3 at page 1, please let me know when you get there.
Rebuttal 3, page 1. Is it the Excel or the Word document?
The Word document,
Okay.
your narrative
Okay.
testimony.
Yes.
And if you look at lines 6 through 10,
Yes.
if it's okay, I'll read your response. I am employed by Young Brothers LLC, YB or company, as its Director of Finance. I've held this position since August 2023. As the Director of Finance, I oversee all finance functions of the company, including accounting, planning and reporting, treasury, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and procurement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. So given your role and your supervision, I want to ask you just a little detail on grass and in-kind shipments. Do they get charged anything such as fuel costs?
No.
Okay, thank you. I believe witness Takagawa responded to Commissioner Kuwaya yesterday that witness Starkey could speak to the division of tugs and barges into rate base according to regulated and unregulated cargo. But I just wanted to check with you, given your position and your supervision of finances, if I could ask that of you as well. Can you say in a general sense, the assignment of regulated costs and revenues to tugs and barges, how much of the original value of YB's tugs and barges goes into its regulated rate base?
About 45% is regulated in the
Thank you.
rate base, and 55% is being allocated to unregulated. But as Mr. Nakagawa mentioned, Mr. Starkey would be the best one to talk about the actual allocation. But yes, I can say that it's about 45-55.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Could you also say that for all of YB's assets, all of the original value of YB's assets, about how much of its rate base, how much of its total value of assets is assigned to its regulated rate base?
I think it depends on what type of asset it is. If we're talking about tugs and barges, I mentioned it was 45. I think it's slightly different for like cargo handling equipment such as lifts or shoreside equipment, which is slightly higher.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, would you please turn to page 13 of your rebuttal testimony? And if you look at lines 9 through 13,
Yes.
I want to just read those last two sentences. It is common to normalize or annualize expenses in a historical test year to reflect average business conditions and to mitigate abnormal events during the test year. However, it is inappropriate to apply a historical normalization adjustment in a future forward-looking test year. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Thank you. I would absolutely agree that it would be inappropriate to turn a forward test year into a historical test year by someone just trying to plug in the most recent actual expense data into the test year revenue requirement. But wouldn't you agree that recent expense data can be evidence of the most reasonable test year expense?
I wouldn't say, I'd say start off with saying no. It depends on what the expense is. For example, if I have, I talked about leasing barges and tugs. If I know that a lease is, expiring sometime during the year and I don't plan to execute that lease, it wouldn't be prudent for me to have a full year expense for that lease that would be expiring sometime during the year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or if I looked at headcount, for instance, if I know that I was planning to add headcount, I wouldn't use the same expense, assuming that I had the same headcount year over year.
Okay. What sorts of things do you think are generally probative evidence of a test year expense?
I think you
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Mr. Knox, if you can be a little bit more specific.
Sure. What sorts of things do you look at as evidence of a reasonable test year expense?
we do a bottoms up budget that we look at every line and work with every department to fill out a template with a bottoms up approach and look at each individual line and look at each one has its own view, and we're assessing it each individually, completely bottoms up and working with the departments on it.
Okay, thank you. Would you go up one page to page 12 of your rebuttal testimony and look at lines 7 through 9? I'll read. Some key expenses at issue in this case are inherently volatile. Reducing those fluctuations to a simple 3-year average can substantially misrepresent what the utility will actually face during the test year. YB has submitted detailed data and explanation supporting its test year 2025 forecasts. The test year should utilize the best estimate of what costs will actually be incurred, not an artificial smoothing of the volatile data. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. In this quote, are you advocating for just using the actual expenses of YB for its test year data?
No, I said we do a bottoms-up budget approach and we look at, various different factors, including what our assumptions are for what the next year would be.
See. On that same page, but at lines 14 to 16, you have a sentence that reads, the purpose of normalization and utility rate making is to remove the distorting impact of non-recurring extraordinary events to ensure rates are fair and stable. At footnotes 12 to 14 on the following page, you cite treatises from NRRI and EEI for rate making principles, but there's no similar citation to that statement of rate making principles up on page 12. Can you please explain where you got that rule for normalization and rate making?
I'm not sure. But like I mentioned earlier, right, we're looking at really what the future is going to be, and we're really building a bottoms-up approach. And it wouldn't, like I said, be prudent of me to just take what the historical 3-year average was and to just say that that's what my test year would be.
Okay. But you believe that it is only appropriate to apply normalization for extraordinary events?
No, objection, misstates the testimony, misstates the evidence.
I'll try to rephrase. But don't you state that the purpose of normalization is to remove distorting impacts of extraordinary events?
I'm not sure what your question is. Could you please ask it in another way?
Sure. This line in your testimony, the purpose of normalization and utility rate making is to remove the distorting impact of non-recurring extraordinary events to ensure rates are fair and stable. Are you saying that an event has to be extraordinary for normalization to be appropriate?
No.
Thank you. I think we're done with questioning for now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Kishimoto. How are you? Before I get started with the remaining questions, I'd like to first start with the Exhibit YB Hearing 12 that you are questioned about on direct examination. Do you have that in front of you?
I do now.
Earlier, you stated that Mr. Fisher prepared this YB hearing exhibit 12, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is Mr. Fisher a consultant for YB?
Yes, he is.
Why did YB hire Mr. Fisher as opposed to your doing the work yourself or another YB employee?
We've been in a transition with the CFO role being vacant for several months, and I've taken on just doing a larger role. And we just needed additional bandwidth, especially as I was preparing for the hearing and just doing various different facets of the finance role.
So what facet does Mr. Fisher cover as opposed to your facet?
He helps with some of the regulatory reporting, and these numbers were derived from a regulatory report that we filed with the TRI monthly reporting a couple of days ago.
Okay, thanks. So Mr. Fisher sponsored IRs in this docket, correct?
Yes, he did.
So just wanted to confirm that he would be the most appropriate person for us to ask questions regarding those IRs he sponsored rather than yourself.
We co-sponsored a couple together and he's done several himself. So the ones we could co-sponsor, I can speak with on behalf, or I'll let you know if you, or I can reference it to Mr. Fisher.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just going back, Ms. Kishimoto, please state the approximate date that you started working for YB.
I think it was August 15th, 2023, but middle of August.
Do your duties and responsibilities require you to understand and be familiar with PUC decisions that affect YB's rates and finances?
Yes.
Let's turn to the Kohola Milk Run or Kohola Auto Sailings, which Mr. Martin discussed yesterday.
Okay.
Would you please turn to YBT4, Mr. Edwards' testimony at page 13. Take your time and please let me know when you're on that page. Okay, so I'm going to read the question aloud and then the answer. Has the company observed other important trends in its volumes? The answer that Mr. Edwards provided says, yes, beginning in 2023, the company increased the frequency of its Kohola auto sailings, now branded as Cargo Kohola, which resulted in a 14% increase in auto volumes. At the same time, the company experienced a 12% decrease in less than container load LCL volumes. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The first thing I want to confirm is when he refers to Kohola auto sailings, is that the same thing as the Kohola milk run?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So the question is, but for the Kohola auto sailings, would the increased auto volume of 14% have occurred?
Yes, that's stated.
So even without the Kohola auto sailings, the increased auto volume would have of 14% would have occurred?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your
Yeah.
question. The autos are, I think it depends on when you think about Kohola helps us put autos on barges like more timely. People have reservations and it can either go on a flat deck or through the cargo Kohola. The flat deck doesn't have as much room for the autos because of it's mainly for containers. So what the Kohola did was allowed us to ship autos more frequently and quicker is what I'd say. So I'm not sure if we would have been able to get through all those autos in a year to drive this 14% if we did not have the cargo Kohola available. For instance, if I was getting a reservation, it might be like 6 months out versus where the cargo Kohola was allowing people to get reservations more timely and to move cars faster. So I can't say for sure that this 14% increase would have come in a year if we did not have the cargo Kohola.
Okay, thanks. So is it fair to say that there is a correlation between the increased frequency of the Kohola auto sailings and the 14% increase in auto volumes?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'd like to direct your attention to the last sentence that I had just read aloud, which is Mr. Edwards states, at the same time, the company experienced a 12% decrease in less than container load LCL volume. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is there a correlation between the increased Kohola auto sailing and the 12% decrease in LCL volume?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know why at the same time when the company increased the frequency of its Kohola auto sailings, the company experienced a 12% decrease in LCL volume?
No, I'm not sure what caused that decrease.
Is there anyone that I can ask that might know and what caused that decrease?
Mr. Starkey could possibly look at it, but it's really less than container load is really moving like everyday life of Hawaii. It's like if I need to move like my couch, I could go up to doing something like that. I could, depending on what the construction industry is, it could be bringing, you know, a pile of cinder blocks. It just is one of those things that I'm not sure or maybe hard to predict.
Okay, I just wanted to, and I appreciate that. I was just trying to understand why the discussion about the increased auto sailings was in the same paragraph as discussion of the and the increase of 14% auto volumes was also in the same paragraph as discussion about 12% decrease in LCL. So I was just curious about if there's a relationship between the 12% decrease in the LCL volume and the increased sailings. Okay, so let's move to table 6. It's the bottom of the same page at 13. And the table 6 title is Auto and LCL Volumes, 2019 to 2024. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then please turn to page 14, the next page of YBT4. And then I'm going to read part of that paragraph aloud. The increase in auto volume came at a time to provide an offsetting effect to the decrease in LCL volume. However, it is important to note that the two types of cargo are not equivalent in terms of profitability for the company. Specifically, auto cargo achieves 32% less revenue per revenue ton compared to LCL cargo, i.e. auto cargo is 30% less profitable than LCL cargo. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So if auto cargo generates 32% less revenue per revenue ton compared to LCL cargo, with the net effect of the increased auto volume and the decreased LCL volume shown in table 6, result in an increase or decrease in net income for YB, all else being equal.
LCL has not been profitable since at least I've started, which is in August 2023. I think it was not profitable long before that, but I think Mr. Starkey can provide more information on that. So LCL is not profitable. So even though there's been a decline in it, it is not profitable for YB.
Okay, so do you know why YB has been still providing LCL services if it's not profitable?
Like I said, it's one of those services that's essential to this community that a lot of people use. I know I said it's decreased over this time period, but it is an essential service that people like come to rely on YB for. For instance, if I'm like a banana farmer on the Big Island, I'm using reefer less than LCL to ship my bananas from the Big Island to Honolulu to go to market.
Okay, thank you. I spoke with Mr. Martin yesterday about the Kohola Milk Run ceilings, and he did for some questions to you. So I have to follow up on those.
Okay.
Do you know what the incremental revenue increases in dollars associated with running the Kohola Milk Run?
Incremental profit or
Revenue increase, incremental revenue increase in dollars associated with running the Kohola Milk Run.
so in PUC IR5, Mr. Starkey prepared an analysis that did a route by route that showed revenue and expenses and a gross margin. So I'd reference you to that, but the gross margin for the other sailings, not the regulated sailings, was 6.7 million or about 7 million. Mr. Starkey can further talk about how that analysis was performed, but that will show, I think, so I'll reference you to PUC IR5. I think it's exhibit 1701.
Okay, thank you. So you said it provides information about other sailings, not the regulated sailings?
It includes all the regulated sailings, and the COLA would be in the column that says other sailings.
Okay, thank you. So I did have a question to ask you about what the incremental cost increase was in dollars associated with running the COLA milk run, but is that question better directed to Mr. Starkey?
Yes, it is. The analysis is all there. Like I said, the revenues and the expenses.
Okay. I'd like to move on to YB CBA related expenses. Like to just better understand those. So let's turn to YB's response to PUC YB IR 27, attachment 1.
I don't think I have PUC YBIR 27.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense because that was, Chris Martin is the sponsor for that. But I did have a few questions about that attachment 1 to the extent that it may pertain to CBA related expenses. Perhaps somebody could provide that to you.
IR 27.
Take your time.
Thank you. And this is attachment 1.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So do you have that attachment 1 to PCYB IR 27 response in front of you?
Yes, I do.
So Ms. Kishimoto, do your duties and responsibilities require you to understand and be familiar with how the terms of YB CBAs affect YB's finances?
The terms that have a financial impact, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, we will be talking about the 3 CBAs, period. There are 3 CBAs, ILW 142, ILW 100, and IBU, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when I ask you my next questions about the CBA or CBAs, the questions will be about those 3 CBAs currently in place unless otherwise indicated, okay? So let's look at attachment 1, PUC response to PUC YBIR 27. Let's first discuss wage increases. And then do you see how there's a bold filled in bullet point that says wages on top of this page?
Yes, I do.
And then do you see how there's several bullet points below that that are not colored in? And it starts with July 1st, 2020, second. Do you see that? Would you please go through each of the non-colored bullet point items and tell me which item is related to wage increases required by the CBAs?
I'm sorry, you want me to look at the bullet points that are not colored?
Yes, so let's start with July 1st, 2022. It summarizes the terms of the ILW Local 142 CBA, and it says, looks like there's a wage increase of 10% plus a 1.5% signing bonus, correct?
That's correct.
Just wanted to confirm that that was a wage increase required by the CBAs.
Yes, this is a calculation from Exhibit A per the CBA agreement that has the actual wage table by position with the actual rates. Like for instance, one of the positions would have a dollar amount, and so the 10% would reflect the increase from year over year.
Okay. And then for July 1st, 2023, the 3.5%, is that item related to a wage increase required by the CBA?
Yes,
Okay. And for the July 1st, 2024 bullet point that references an 8% increase, is that also related to a requirement of the CBAs regarding wage increases?
yes,
And the same for the July 1st, 2025, 7%, and July 1st, 2026, 6.5%. Those are all related to required wage increases that are in the CBAs, correct?
yes. Like I mentioned, it's part of the calculation based on a wage table in the back of the CBA agreement.
then the health insurance premiums, retirement plan and contributions, $1.75 per compensated hour. That also is required
Yes.
by the CBAs. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else in the remainder of this paragraph that has the title ILW Local 142 that is related to wage increases required by the CBA?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure. So please take a look at attachment 1 still. And then if you look at the paragraph that says ILWU Local 142, and then you know how we just went over the wages and then non-colored bullet points below that. Then after that, you have the colored filled in bullet points, right? And then it talks about overtime. The first bullet point says overtime is paid in certain situations, including working beyond an employee's scheduled shift in similar conditions. Do you see that?
Yes, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so is that bullet point discussing overtime, is that related to a wage increase required by the CBA?
Not related to a wage increase, but overtime would be paid at the higher wage increase, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So if the wage increase, let's say, went from 20 to 25, the overtime or 1.5 times would be paid on that new higher wage increase.
Right, okay, that makes sense. And then is there anything else? There's a few other bullet points. There's a bullet points here that talks about employees have 14 paid holidays plus 4 hours pay for Christmas and New Year's Eve. If required to work on a holiday, employee will receive premium pay for hours worked in addition to the holiday pay. Is that also related to wage increase required by the CBAs?
So I think maybe if I can phrase it in a different way, all of these are paid amounts of items which are being paid based on a new higher wage rate that's done annually. So if I have to compensate an employee or cash out an employee for their vacation, it will be paid out at whatever that new rate of pay is going to be that was adjusted through the CBA.
Okay, and when you say all of these, you're still referring to that bullet point that starts with employees have 14 paid holidays?
Correct. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then would you take a look at the remaining bullet points? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The next bullet point starts with regular employees are paid. And could you go through each of those bullet points and just tell me whether each bullet point is related to wage increases required by the CBAs? So the next one is regular employees are eligible for paid vacation after 1 year, ranging from 2 to 6 weeks, depending on years of continuous service.
That's a contractual benefit for the CBA, but not related to a wage increase.
Okay.
The next one, the employees are permitted to cash out up to 15 days of unused accumulated vacation annually. That's a contractual benefit. And if they are going to cash it out, it will be at the increased wage rate. Medical, drug, vision, and dental coverage provided after 3 months of continuous service. That's not based on wages. Eligible pensioners and spouses receive coverage with premium contributions based on the number of years of continuous service worked. This is just coverage. And free inter-island shipment of personal effects on employer vessels within reasonable limits as to amounts and on a space available basis. This is contractual, but not related to wages.
Okay, thank you. So let's turn to the next entry, which is still on that same page, and the title is International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 100. And then it says below terms subject to change upon completion of current negotiations and execution of new CBA. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So would you please provide the same information to me regarding the bullet pointed items under this title as to which bullet pointed item is related to CBA requirement related to wage increases?
So the ILW 100 is not negotiated yet. It's still been open since July 1st, 2022. So it's currently amendable and it's paying at the wage rates prior to 7/1/2022. So that's why it doesn't have that same wage table here. Let me check. Overtime is paid in certain situations, including working beyond an employee's scheduled shift. So there are no wage increases here yet. Like I said, we're still being paid on the rates prior to July 1st, 2022.
Okay, no, that makes sense. So, but so I just want to understand though that if it were in place, what would be related? And if it's easier, we can just refer to the one that's currently in place,
Okay.
right? So let's refer to the one that's currently in place for the International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 100. And then to the extent that these bullet points below apply, can you please tell me which of these bullet pointed items, if any, are related to a CBA requirement
A CBA requirement.
regarding wage
Okay, regarding wage.
increases?
Okay. The
Correct.
first one, overtime, of course, would be, like I mentioned in the ILW 142, overtime is paid like time and a half, so then it would be on the higher wage increase. So that would be tied to a wage increase. Unpaid meal periods of at least half an hour will be provided. That's also a pay function if the unpaid meal periods of at least 1 hour, half hour will be provided. If the meal period is not provided, that would be related to wage payouts. Minimum of 5 hours of work pay is required for call outs. That's also a pay component, so wages. Employees will be paid an inter-island travel premium at the overtime rate, so also based on wages here. Employees have 13 paid holidays, also related to wages. Regular employees are eligible for vacation. That is not related to wages. The employer pays the full monthly, that's not related to wages, and sick leave is not related to wages.
Thanks. Let's move to page 2 of 3.
Employees who have completed 1 or more years of continuous service with the employer and who are permanently laid off will receive a separation allowance. So equal to 10 days for each completed year of service. Separation allowance would typically be on wage rates at the time, so I would say that's related to wages. Employees are provided with group life insurance and a retirement plan. No, not related to wages. Paid funeral leave, so paid funeral leave related to wages. Employees elected or appointed to full-time office of the union shall be granted a leave of absence until termination, whichever is sooner, limited to 1 employee, not related to wages. Free inter-island shipment of personal effects on employer vessels within reasonable limits is not related to wages.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to the final CBA summary for the Inland Boatmen's Union of the Pacific Hawaii Region Marine Division of the ILWU. There are multiple bullet points here. And would you please perform the same analysis, provide the same information as to which bullet point, if any, is related to a CBA requirement pertaining to wage increases?
For the holidays, like I mentioned, that's a pay function. If you work on a holiday, you receive the overtime, so that's a pay function for bullet 1. Regular full-time employees are paid vacation. So if you're paid vacation and cash out is what's discussed here, that would be related to a wage increase. Participation in the IBU trust. No, so bullet 3 would be not related to wages. Don't think bullet 4 would be related to wages.
Pardon me, Ms. Kishimoto, you mean that bullet 4, participation in the IBU National Pension Trust?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
The 5th bullet point is pension and health and welfare contributions continue in case of occupational related disability for up to 12 months, not related to wages. Paid leave for jury duty and up to 3 days paid leave for death of immediate family member, that would be related to wages because it's a paid function. For licensed employees, pay increases of 6%. So this is pay as well. Wages, overtime paid in certain situations would be a wage function. Sick leave of 12 to 60 days and bonus of 1,000 per year if no sick leave. I would say this would have a wage component. CBA includes manning criteria for vessel imports. Wage component. Oahu operation.
Wait, can I interrupt you for a second? So when you say CBA, the bullet point that says CBA includes manning criteria for vessels and ports, you say that's related to a CBA requirement regarding the wage increase. Would you please explain to me how that relates to wage increase requirement from the CBA?
I don't have the CBA specifically in front of me, but if you have to have a certain number of call out or certain number of hours that you have to work, and that's why I was referencing that I thought it would be a paid wage component there.
Right, because like to the extent it pertains to straight time versus overtime, is that
And
what you
then
mean?
if you have to work a minimum of 5-hour shift, like if I call you to come and I ask you to work, it's a minimum maybe pay of 5 hours or 8 hours.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Oahu operations, the schedule 7 days on, 7 days off, 12-hour shifts, that's pay related. So wage.
Okay, and then there's still another page.
Oh,
Page
sorry.
3. No, it's okay. So we're still in response to PUC YBIR 27, attachment 1. With you,
Harbor
yes.
engineer schedule 12-hour AM or PM, 8 hours straight time and 4 hours of overtime, so wage related. Harbor deckhand schedule 7 days on, 7 days off, 8-hour shifts, wage related. Additional compensation and accommodations when working, so that I would say would be wage related as well. Captain's accrue vacation and sick leave per day rates, wage related as well. Inter-island operations, all employees must work a minimum of 183 days per year. I would say that's wage related. Employees working out of their classification will be paid at the appropriate rate of pay, so wage. And employees shall work up to 12 hours per day, so that's wage as well. Neighbor island operations, 8 hours constitutes a basic workday. All work in excess of 8 hours will be paid at the overtime rate, so that's a pay function. Wages. When employees are on assignment at a port other than their home port, their minimum of 8 hours paid per day to be paid. So another wage component. The per diem is just a flat amount, so not related to wages. Employees will accumulate 8 hours of accumulated time off, that will be related to wages. Cash payment in lieu of accumulated time off may be up to 240 hours per calendar year. So your hours will be based on, or your payout would be based on wages. Employees called to work on their regular day off or holiday will be compensated for a minimum of 4 hours at the overtime rate related to wages. Employees on standby will be compensated at the overtime rate for 2 hours. If called out to work, the 2 hours will be counted as part of the day rate of the 4-hour minimum, so related to wages.
The 2 hours will not be counted, correct?
Part of the day
Yeah.
rate of 4-hour minimum,
Okay, thank you.
but the 4-hour minimum is what you'll be paid.
Right.
Dispatchers, 8 hours constitutes a basic workday, 3 shifts per day. So I would say that this is related to wages because they're telling you how the schedule works, so and how your pay would work. All time worked in excess of 8 hours per day to be paid at the overtime rate, so also related to wages. A dispatcher training a new dispatcher will receive an additional $80 per day. So it's you'll be getting paid the $80. So I don't know if that's necessary per wage increase. It's a flat amount. Employees working out of their classification will be paid at the appropriate rate of pay for that classification, but not less than their regular rate of pay. So also based on any wage increase. And generally, employees will receive a minimum of 4 hours for a regular shift or call out on their regular day off or a holiday would also be wage related.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kishimoto, for going through all of that for me. My next question is, are the financial effects of the wage increases, such as the estimated additional labor costs and payroll taxes in dollars, calculable?
Yes, we try our best. We do a bottoms-up approach for all of our labor groups, and it does it by day of week, position, holidays, assumptions around overtime, straight time, double time, based on what the schedule looks like. We try our best to really do a bottoms-up approach to estimate many different factors related to wages.
And do you conduct this bottom-up approach to see what the financial effects of the wage increases may be during the negotiations of the CBA, or prior to agreeing to the CBA, or after agreement to the CBA?
So the IBU as well as the ILW 142 were done prior to my time with YB. But I can say for the ILW 100, we have a rigorous process to look at financial impacts and looking at each different item, and even consulting with external consultants such as Willis Towers Watson, who is an actuary expert, to help us value these different benefits that are happening, and trying to come up with a financial, complete financial plan or package prior to negotiations.
Or prior to negotiations? And then during negotiations, you folks also look at the financial effects, since the terms can change, right, during the negotiations?
Yes.
So you do also do that analysis?
And like I said, I was not a part of the 142 and the IBU, but I can say for the 100, I am there and doing different scenarios and different analysis frequently.
Okay, do you folks also consider potential rate increases that may be awarded by the commission while you're looking at the financial terms that you might agree to?
Let me just object. Vague and ambiguous. When you're talking about rates, are we talking about pay rates? Rate increases?
Fair enough. When you folks look at the potential financial effects of agreeing to certain terms in the CBAs, do you folks also calculate, to include in your analysis, potential general rate increase requests that you plan to file with the commission?
So we do have the business plan, which looks forward, through a 5-year period. So we are looking forward and understanding, especially with these union agreements, they're multi-year. So we are looking at the multi-year effects of what that would be and what impact it would have to our overall financial statements and what our overall plan is.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna go back to the first page of this attachment 1. Please let me know when you're there. Yeah,
This
take
is
your
not my
time, please.
computer, so I might be pressing the wrong button. Here.
Yeah,
Hold
no
on.
worries. Please take your time.
And I'm just gonna make it a little bigger. And this is this top where it says ILW 142?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Could you do the same analysis as you did for the wage increases, but go through each of these bullet points and tell me which bullet point item, if any, is required by a CBA requirement relating to fringe benefits?
Fringe benefits. And could you maybe define fringe benefits just to make sure I understand what your definition of fringe benefits is?
Well, for fringe benefits, I was thinking about, let me ask you, what is fringe benefits to you? Because you're more knowledgeable about that than I am.
If I were to define fringe benefits, I would say that it's not related to pay, medical, or health insurance.
Okay, so then what would it be related to?
So for instance, if we had like a free healthcare membership, a health club membership to like work out, That's what I would say would be like a fringe benefit. I came from the airline industry. A fringe benefit for me was flying for free.
Or like gratis shipping or something?
Gratis shipping.
Okay. Okay. So yes, that definition works for me. Fringe benefits not related to paying medical insurance, but for example, but not limited to free health club membership or gratis shipping. So with that understanding that that's what fringe benefits include, as just a few examples, then I would like to ask you to please conduct the same analysis, starting on page 1 of YB's response to PCYB IR 27, attachment 1. Please go through these bullet points and please let me know which bullet point item, if any, is required by the CBA relating to fringe benefits.
Not the wages, so not the first bullet point or any of the sub bullet points.
Sorry, let me start with ILWU Local 142.
Yes.
Okay, and then please go ahead with the first bullet point as
So
wages.
wages and the sub bullets under it with the percentage increases are not related to fringe benefits. As I mentioned, that was related to pay. Overtime is related to pay. So not in that definition of fringe benefits. Holidays, I think that's also paid holidays. So that's, I would count that in the pay bucket. So not related. Paid vacation, I'd put that in the pay bucket. So not related to fringe benefits. Employees are permitted to cash out up to 15 days of unused accumulated vacation. So I'd also put that in the pay bucket. So not related to fringe, not fringe benefit. Medical, drug, vision, dental, which I mentioned was, health insurance would be excluded from that. So not fringe. Eligible pensioners and spouses receive coverage with premium contributions. I'd say that's a benefit. So not a fringe benefit though. So not fringe. Free inter-island shipment of personal effects of employer vessels within reasonable limits. I'd say that would be a fringe benefit or as defined by the CBA.
Okay, thank you. And then let's move to the next titled category, International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 100.
Sorry, I'm just getting my screen right. Okay. The first bullet point is overtime. So I would say that that's not a fringe benefit because it's related to pay. Unpaid meal periods, also a pay benefit, so not related, not a fringe benefit. Minimum of 5 hours of work pay is required for call out, so that's also pay, so not a fringe benefit. Employees will be paid an inter-island travel premium related to pay, so not a fringe benefit. Employees have 13 paid holidays. So related to pay, so not a fringe benefit. Regular employees are eligible for paid vacation after 1 year. So pay, so not a fringe benefit. Employer pays the full monthly dental, vision, medical, vision, dental, and prescription premiums. So I would say that that's not a fringe benefit because it's a health benefit. Sick leave, health benefit, so not a fringe benefit. Employers who have completed one or more years of continuous service with the employer and who are permanently laid off will receive a separation allowance equal to 10 days for each completed year of service. I feel like this is a pay function as well too, so not a fringe benefit. Employees who are provided with group life insurance and a retirement plan, not a fringe benefit. Paid funeral leave for immediate family up to 3 days. I would say since it's related to pay, not a fringe benefit. Employees elected or appointed to a full-time office of the union shall be granted a leave of absence until termination of the term of office or termination of the agreement, whichever sooner, limited to 1 employee. This could possibly be a fringe benefit, is what I'd say. Free inter-island shipment of personal effects on employer vessels. I would say that's a fringe benefit.
Okay, thank you. And then let's move on to the final category, the Inland Boatmen's Union of the Pacific, Hawaii Region, Marine Division of the ILWU.
Employees have 12 paid holidays. If an employee works on a holiday, they receive holiday pay. So that I would say is not a fringe benefit. Regular full-time employees are eligible for paid vacation ranging from 2 to 5 weeks, not a fringe benefit. Participation in the IBU National Health Benefit Trust, not a fringe benefit. Participation in IBU National Pension Trust, employer to contribute 700, 750, or 825 per month, not a fringe benefit. Pension and health and welfare contributions continue in case of occupational related disability for up to 12 months. Not a fringe benefit. Paid leave for jury and up to 3 days paid leave. Not a fringe benefit. For licensed employees. For licensed employee, pay increases of 6% pay, so not a fringe benefit. Overtime paid in certain situations, not a fringe benefit. Sick leave of 12 to 60 days per year, not a fringe benefit. CBA includes manning criteria for vessels and ports, not a fringe benefit. Oahu operations. This is related to, I think all of the sub-bullet points under here are related to the schedule and therefore pay, so not a fringe benefit. The next subheader is inter-island operations, also related to schedule, so not a fringe benefit. And then neighbor island operations. This is also related to the schedule, so not a fringe benefit. Moving to dispatchers. The first sub-bullet, I think, sorry. I think this is all also related to schedule, so not fringe benefit.
Okay, thank you. And are the financial effects of changes to the fringe benefits calculable?
So the fringe benefits, I think that we mentioned were two. The first one would be the gratis shipping, or employees can ship their vessels free. And the second was allowing a leave of absence for, I think it said specifically one member to participate in management. We have not historically forecasted or budgeted for gratis shipping. Because I think, let me just read this definition. And free inter-island shipment of personal effects on employee vessels within reasonable limits as to amounts and on a space available basis. So I think it is variable here. And then if there is no space, it wouldn't be shipped, and it is discretionary as well.
Okay, so you identified two that you said that are fringe benefits here. The gratis shipping, and then you mentioned leave of absence for,
It was in the ILW 100. It's the second bullet point from the bottom. Employees elected or appointed to a full-time office of the union shall be granted a leave of absence until termination of the term of office or termination of the agreement, whichever is sooner, limited to one employee.
okay, yeah, so I just want to confirm that, because apologies, I thought you said that was a management position.
Why I thought selected full-time office, I was sorry, is
Yeah.
management in the union.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So, let's take them one by one, okay? So let's discuss gratis, because you mentioned that first. Other than what you stated, because you mentioned that it's gratis shipping is provided on a discretionary basis, is there any other reason why you folks, YB has not calculated the financial effects of providing gratis shipping?
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Okay, well, I certainly don't want to misstate your testimony. Do you mind repeating why you folks don't budget, or is it correct that you stated that YB does not calculate the financial effects of changes to fringe benefits, including for the effect of providing gratis shipping?
I said we have not budgeted historically in the past for fringe benefits, specifically gratis shipping.
So my question is, why not?
When it's a space available and not, it's, to me, I don't know if it's when it's space available, I'm not sure how much can fit and how much I would budget for it. It's budget for it. It's one of those that, since it can be denied and it can be within a reasonable amount, it seems to me that it can be very variable and very hard to predict.
Okay. And then let's go to the leave of absence, or pardon me. Yeah, the leave of absence that we discussed related to employees elected or appointed to full-time office with the union. They're granted a leave of absence until termination of the term of office or termination of the agreement, whichever is sooner, limited to one employee. Is it fair to say that YB historically has not calculated the effect of this fringe benefit?
Yes, I have not included that in my calculation.
Why not?
I'm not sure if anyone is on a leave right now. I'm not sure. What we do look at is how many, for the ILW 100, how many supervisors are needed. And that's how we build our bottoms up approach for that. And that's how we factored it in. Like I said, I'm not sure if anyone is using this benefit right now, but we are looking at when we budget for this. So I guess maybe I should start off with saying, I'm not sure if we're not budgeting for it, but we are budgeting for how many people that we expect to be working based on their shifts and based on the ports.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go back to the first page again. I have one more set of questions for you about this exhibit. So please let me know when you're back on the first page of attachment 1, response to PUCYB IR 27.
Hold on. Okay, I am back at the top of attachment 1.
Okay, I'm going to start with the heading ILW Local 142. Do you see that?
Yes.
So I'd like to ask you, what bullet points, if any, are related to what CBA terms dictate as the hours worked, such as straight time or overtime?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, or what are you asking me to look for?
Sure. What bullet points are related to what CBA requirements pertaining to hours worked, such as straight time or overtime?
Maybe let me just walk you through and
Yes, yes,
I'm not answering your question.
yes, thank you.
So in the first one, in wages with the sub bullet points with the different pay rates. Like I mentioned, so for the ILW 142, straight time is obviously 1 times that rate. OT is 1.5 times, DT is, et cetera. So since these are wage rates then that are paid on different straight time, overtime, et cetera, that this would then be a component of hours then. I guess we're looking for what would have a component of hours to it.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand, other than what we've already discussed, such as the wages and the fringe benefits today, that if there are CB terms that kind of require minimum hours worked for these employees, or that make changes as to how many hours beyond a certain set of hours it qualifies for overtime. I want to see if there's any entries in this attachment 1 that reflect those CBA requirements. Does that make sense to you?
I'm not sure I fully understand the ask, but typically when it's related to pay, because these are all hourly employees for the 142, that it always has a component of hours times rate.
Okay, that makes sense. So then let me move on to a different exhibit.
Okay.
Please let me know when you have YB dash WP dash 401 in front of you.
I'm sorry. Which one?
It's exhibit, I think, attached to the direct testimony. It's YB dash WP dash 401. It looks like a work paper.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Kendra. Okay.
Okay, you have it in front of you? Okay, let me direct your attention to the first page, please.
Okay.
Okay. So looking at this first page, please confirm, starting this first page, but for the entire exhibit of WP-401, these are historical figures with the exception of the figures in column 2025B, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not looking at the page 1 of 2. You're not looking at the summary. You're looking at the page 1 of 23.
Yes,
Okay.
pardon me, yes.
Yeah,
So please let me know when you're at that page.
yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, so please confirm that all the figures in WP-401 are historical figures with the exception of the figures in column 2025B as in boy.
That is correct. 2024, though, we had not finished our audited financial statements yet, so those numbers have changed since we just finished our audit a couple weeks ago. I just wanted to call that out.
Oh, okay, no, thanks for that clarification. And then next, would you please confirm that all the figures in WP-401 are on a company-wide basis and have not yet been allocated to intrastate or interstate?
That's correct. They're on a company-wide basis.
Please confirm that if I apply the pertinent cost allocator from the BIP model to each line in this exhibit, I can derive the appropriate intrastate portion of these accounts. So please confirm that the first set of numbers to the far left of the page, and I'm still looking at page 1 of 23, refers to a USOA account.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's start with, I'm still on page 1, expense 720 cargo handling expenses.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm looking at 721 wages. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does this account represent? Like, what are wages?
Wages would be pay.
And we briefly touched upon this before, but is this account 721 wages affected by the terms and conditions of YB's CBAs?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the specific terms and conditions of YB CBAs that affect this account, such as wage increases, fringe benefits, straight time, overtime?
Yes. So component is pay times rate. So pay would be the wage schedule that we talked about earlier. Sorry, the hours times rate. So rate schedule that we talked about earlier, and then the hours, how you mentioned the different categories of hours.
Okay, so is there anything else from 722 to 726 that are affected by the terms and conditions of YB CBAs?
So payroll taxes is a percentage of wages. So that is if wages go up, so will the payroll taxes. Contributions, welfare plans. So that would be like my medical premiums that I would be paying. So between 721, 722, and 723, they all have components of the CBA agreement in each of those line items.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's move to. Let's move to maintenance department expenses, still on the same page. So let's look at 731 wages, please. What does this account represent?
Hours times rate of ILW 142 employees,
ILW.
142.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Is 731 affected by the terms and conditions of YB CBAs?
Yes.
What are the terms and conditions of YB CBAs that affect this account? Wage increase, fringe benefits, straight
Wage
time overtime.
increase, medical benefits, pension, OPEB.
Are there any amounts within this USOA account that are not related to YB's CBAs?
In 731, 732, and 733?
Yes.
No.
Okay. To let's move to voyage expenses. Okay, are you at 740? I'm gonna look at 740 to 756. Let's start with wages, 741. What does this account represent?
It accounts for all of our mariner labor.
And just looking at 741, is this account affected by the terms and conditions of YB CBAs?
It is affected by the terms and conditions of a CBA, the IBU CBA.
Please explain.
The wage increases that we talked about and the certain schedules that we talked about are in this line item.
Okay. Are there any items within this USOA account that are not related to the YB's CBAs?
I think that we have a population of captains that are not unionized. There's, a little over 10 of, I think it's, there's a couple handfuls of them that I think are also included in here, but are not part of the IBU or not part of the union.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to move on to 742 payroll taxes. And what does this account represent?
No taxes off of the wages. So if wages, it moves in line with wages.
And then that's the next question. Is this account affected by the terms and conditions of YB CBAs?
I would say yes. If there's a wage increase or wages go up, right? I would expect my payroll tax line item to go up as well.
Are there any amounts within this USOA account that are not related to YB CBAs?
Like I mentioned, we have several management captains that are not unionized and not part of that CBA.
Okay. And then let's move to 743 contributions welfare plans.
We talked about that national trust, the contributions made to the national trust would be reflected here, for instance.
Okay. And this is also affected by the terms and conditions of YB CBAs, right?
Yes.
Are there any amounts within this account that are not related to YB CBAs?
I'm assuming, like I said, for those management captains who have, their health benefits are paid through us, which would not be related to a CBA.
Are there any other accounts within voyage expenses that are affected by the terms and conditions of YB CBAs?
No, I don't think so.
And then are there any other accounts in YB-WP-401? Any other accounts that are affected by the terms and conditions of YB's CBAs?
So in administrative in general, under, which line is it? I think it's under other administrative and general salaries. We talked about dispatchers in the IBU agreement. The dispatchers are actually recorded in this section of the admin in general. It is line 772.
Okay. Let me turn to that, please. Hold on. Okay, the other administrative and general salaries are affected. Okay, let's talk about 772. So are there any amounts within this USOA account that are not related to YB CBAs?
Yes.
Which,
Majority is not related to the CBA.
pardon me?
The majority is not related to the
Okay.
CBA. We have 4 dispatchers and their salaries recorded in this line, but the other is just our administrative staff.
Okay. So, thank you, Ms. Kishimoto. Chair, may I ask for a brief recess?
Sure, let's take a 10-minute recess, so back at 10:30.
Okay, thank you.
This. All right, after recess. Ms. Verbrugge, you want to continue?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I need to refer this witness, Ms. Kishimoto, to YB's response to PC YB IR3 attachment 1, and I understand that her counsel may be looking to retrieve that currently.
Please put it out of the way for me, please. Maybe Mike's fine.
So, Mr. Kishimoto, do you need more time or do you have?
Sorry, because
Oh.
it's facing the wrong way.
Oh,
I'm just asking
Of-
for
of
the
course.
adjusted copy.
take your time.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Kishimoto. We are looking at YB response to PC-YBIR3 attachment 1. And then I'm looking at page 2 of 7, but please take your time and let me know when you've gotten there.
I'm at page 2 of 7.
Okay. So looking at this exhibit, I would like to direct your attention to around a little past halfway down this table. And then I'm looking at the entry that starts with YB submits notice of distribution, and then the date entry is January 10th, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So do your duties and responsibilities require you to be aware of dividend payments made by YB?
Yeah.
Were you aware that YB made a dividend payment on or around January 10th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you aware of the financial condition of the company on or around January 10th, 2023?
So as I mentioned earlier, I started in August 2023. So when I came in August 23, I did understand the financial position, but I was not with the company in January 2023.
Okay. And you can say the same thing, but I have to ask this question.
Okay.
Were you aware of the cash balance of the company on or around January 10th, 2023?
I was not aware of the cash balance in January 2023.
Do you know if there's anything that YB has filed with the commission, such as a monthly report that would provide this information about the cash balance on or around January 10th, 2023?
From when I started in August, we do file a monthly report, which includes the balance sheet and the income statement. So I believe that that report had been filed previous to me, which would have on the balance sheet, it should have the cash balance.
And you're
Right.
referencing, pardon me, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just our monthly reporting that we provide every month.
Filed in docket 2022-0155.
I'm not sure if it's filed in a docket or which docket it's filed in, but it's our monthly reporting that we file.
You provide to the commission?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. And are you aware if that monthly report would also have the financial condition of the company, such as net income, on or around January 10th, 2023?
Net income as well as
Yes.
balance sheet information. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to, we're gonna move to January 31st. Oh, sorry. On or around, let's stay in that page. On or around January 10th, 2023, were you aware of the financial effects of making the January 10th, 2023 dividend payment?
Like I said, I came in August 2023. So looking back, I did see the impact of it, but that was looking back because it was already done by the time I was here.
Can you please, you said you saw the impacts of it. Would you please explain?
The impacts are it decreased our cash balance when we made the distribution payment.
Okay, was there any other impact you saw, like the effect on financial covenants?
We were maintaining our financial covenants at that point. We did not have any breach of financial covenants until December 31, 2024.
And on or around January 10, 2023, when you're looking at the impacts of that dividend distribution, the impacts that you're looking at, did you see any impact on interest expense at that time?
So interest expense is based on our outstanding debt position, and it's just based on how much is outstanding. So if our debt balance had increased, we would see an increase in our interest expense, or every time that balance changes, that would affect interest expense.
Okay, but when you're talking about the financial impact that you saw, just looking back, did you see any effect on interest expense for YP?
Yeah, so we did have a draw in 2023 on our facility. So we did have interest expense in 2023. We also decreased the equity. So whenever you make a distribution payment, it also decreases your equity as well too. So on those two balance sheet components, you would see cash decrease, equity decrease, as well as we mentioned debt. So our debt increased as well in 2023.
Okay, thanks. We're still on the same attachment one, but let's move to page 3. Please let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So I'd like you to look at like the fourth line from the bottom, and it starts with YB submits notice of distribution,
I see that.
and then the entry is dated October 31st, 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Did YB make a dividend payment on around October 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Were you aware of the financial condition of the company on or around October 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Could you please recount the financial condition of the company on or around October 31st, 2023?
From a net income standpoint, for year to date, we are still positive net income. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we were positive net income.
Okay. And then were you aware of the cash balance of the company on or around October 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Could you please recount the cash balance of the company on or around October 31st, 2023?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can pull it up if you need me to.
Okay, no, that's okay for now. I just wanted to ask. Do you know if YB has filed anything with the commission that would have that cash balance on or around October 31st, 2023?
Mentioned earlier, we do file the monthly report with our balance sheet and income statement.
Okay. And on or around October 31st, 2023, were you aware of the financial effects of making the October 31st, 2023 dividend payment?
Yes.
Could you please recount the financial effects of making the October 31st, 2023 dividend payment?
Like I mentioned earlier, same as January, it would decrease our cash balance and decrease our equity.
Okay. And then Let's move to page 4, please, of the same attachment 1 to PUC YBIR3 response. Okay, page 4. And then I'd like to direct your attention to 5 lines from the top, so starting at the top, 5 lines down.
Yes.
And then that entry starts with YB submits notice of distribution, and then the date is January 5th, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did YB make a dividend payment on or around January 5th, 2024?
Yes.
Were you aware of the financial condition of the company on or around January 5th, 2024?
Yes.
Would you please recount the financial condition of the company on or around January 5th, 2024?
We closed out 2023 with approximately, I think, $6 million net income.
Were you aware of the cash balance of the company on or around January 5th, 2024?
Yes.
If so, could you please recount the cash balance?
I can't recall it at the top of my head.
Is there anything in the record, well, pardon me, did YB file anything with the commission that would have that cash balance information available on or around January 5th, 2024?
Yes, we would have provided our monthly financial statements, and at the beginning of January, you would have had our monthly financial statements through November.
Okay. And then on or around January 5th, 2024, were you aware of the financial effects of making this January 5th, 2024 dividend payment?
Yes.
Please recount the financial effects of making the January 5th, 2024 dividend payment.
Decrease in cash and a decrease in equity by the amount of the distribution.
Did YB make any other dividend payment besides the ones that I've already asked you about between January 22nd and January 2025?
No.
You can still keep that exhibit in front of you if helpful, but I'm going to turn to the credit facility, and I'll explain. As a director of finance, are you aware of YB's existing $60 million revolving credit facility?
Yes.
How many draws did YB make on this credit facility since it was approved?
I don't know the exact number of draws we've made.
Are you able to, wait, strike that. Rather than tell me the exact number of draws made, are you able to recount at least one of them made?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can tell you our balance outstanding as well, too.
Okay, so to the extent that we can go through each of the draws, that would be helpful to me, but only within your knowledge. Let's start. How many draws were made to your knowledge from the credit facility?
From just a $60 million credit facility,
Correct.
I'd say less than a handful.
And then for clarification purposes, yes, when we discuss a credit facility, it's going to be referring to YB's existing $60 million revolving credit facility.
Okay.
Okay, so you said less than a handful? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe this is a terminology. I'm going to object. The $60 million credit facility is not the revolver. Is it?
I call it the $60 million capital facility. And then we also have a short-term working capital facility, which we have 7 million drawn on.
Yeah,
That's the one that's less than a year. And then we have the $60 million one,
yeah, I'm
which we
gonna,
have 45 million drawn.
yeah, object to the question, vague and ambiguous. I think there might be some confusion as to two different loans.
Yeah, so, Ms. Rubu, can you be more specific as to what we're trying to cover here? Like which of the credit facilities? Again,
Okay, so Ms. Kishimoto, are you aware that the PUC approved YB's request for $60 million capital facility?
Yes.
So when I refer to credit facility, I mean that $60 million capital facility, okay?
Okay.
And then let's go back to the questions. So so you said you don't know the exact number of draws that YB made on this credit facility since it was approved, correct?
Not at the top of my head. I would have to reference a document that I was looking for, but I do not have it in my binder.
And that's fine. But you mentioned that there were less than a handful of draws to your knowledge?
I think so.
Okay. So to the extent that you know, can we discuss some of the draws, if any, that you remember?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's start with one in chronological order, starting with the first or the earliest draw to your knowledge. Please go ahead.
I think that predates my time, is what I'd say. The first draw
Okay.
predates my time. I
Okay,
think when I started in August 2023, the balance was at 35 million.
okay. So then we can start from what you know within your personal knowledge.
Okay.
Okay. So the balance was at $35 million. And then do you remember on or about what date or what month that the draw was made since you were there?
I remember we had asked for a draw when I had started maybe in the fourth quarter of 2023, that was denied. And then we asked for it. We had asked, from what I understood, is we had asked for the draws based on our progress payments of the barge builds. And so the progress payments that we agreed on were, I think, either 18 months or 24 months that we would just pay on per a schedule. So the draws are based on when those planned progress payments were done. So we had asked for a draw, we were denied it. And so we had to make several of those progress payments through our cash balance. Subsequently, the draws were approved, or we were allowed to draw again, and then we were able to continue requesting draws based on the upcoming progress payments, which I think got approved in the summer of 2024. And so we used that to make our final progress payments.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's go through that one by one. So you talked about a draw that was denied roughly fourth quarter of 2023, correct?
I think, I'm not positive on the timing, but around there.
Right. And then for the ballpark, subject to the caveat that's a ballpark, do you know on or around what time that the commission approved a draw request from YB since you've been there?
I think it was in the summer of 2024.
Okay. And then other than that draw, let's call that the first draw because that's the first draw that you've been there. Okay. Other than that first draw that you think was made on or about in or about summer of 2024, are there any other draws that you recall?
I think we made a couple related to the progress payments. I think it was 3 draws that we made. And then we were required, when we got approved to allow to draw again, we had to provide the documentation with the actual invoice and the schedule of the progress payments. And we also had to show the actual, notification from Wells Fargo. We had to, obviously make a request with Wells Fargo, fill out that paperwork. And then we'd also provided, I think when we saw that wire hit our account as well too.
Okay,
We
so
provided like a package of the 3 draws, I think.
thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. Are you finished? Okay, so when you discuss the 3 draws, are you including the one that you think was made in or around summer of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take this one by one. So out of the 3 draws, there was one made in or around summer of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And then let's talk about, and that we're calling the first draw. Let's talk about the second draw since you've been there. Do you know on or about what time that you folks made that draw?
I think we made 2 in either the month of August or September, and then 1 after that.
Oh, so it's
I
the
think we
second and third draw?
I think we made 3 within, during either, I think it's the 3rd quarter. So from July through September, we made 3 draws,
Okay,
or around that time.
of 2024.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. These are all related to the progress payments for our barges that were ultimately delivered to us in the fourth quarter of 2024.
Okay, and then when you,
These are related to those progress payments for that delivery.
okay. Thank you. So when you're talking about these draws that occurred, approximately sometime between July through September 2024, that already encompasses the first draw that we discussed that YB made in summer of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to refer to these as the first draw, since you've been there, the second draw, and the third draw. Okay, do you understand that?
3 draws.
Yes, and so I'm going to talk about the first draw that was made while you were there as the first draw, the second draw that was made while you were there as the second draw, and the third draw that was made while you were there as the third draw. Okay? Okay. Were you aware of the financial condition of the company on or around the date of the first draw?
Yes.
Could you please recount the financial condition of the company on or around the date of the first draw?
We had experienced, we were probably in a net loss position. We had, I think we had recognized maybe we had 5 consecutive months of net losses after the Maui wildfires, and then we had intermittent gains during that time. During the month of August 2024, I think we had one of our highest net income months of the year where we had done several charters. So we had, a sustained period of a couple months of losses, and then we had peaks of net income and net loss. I can't recall if that time we were year-to-date net income positive or net income loss, but we were definitely, we had some very good months during the summer.
Okay, but just so I understand, the financial condition of the company on or around the day of first draw was a net loss position, correct?
I'm not positive, is what I'd say, if we were at a net loss at that point in time. For 2024, right, we ended 2024 with a net loss of 14 million, but I can't recall at that point in time. I think for the trailing 12 months, we did not turn negative until September 2024. So we are on a trailing 12-month basis, we are still net income positive in August.
Okay, and so this type of the financial condition of the company on or around the day of the first draw would be available in that monthly reporting that's filed with the commission? Is that correct?
Yes, well, it shows our debt balance, so we don't specifically list out the draws that we make in that, but we do have our balance sheet, which would have a debt balance in there.
Okay. So on or around the date of the first draw, were you aware of the company's cash balance?
Yes.
Could you please recount the cash balance of the company on or around the date of the first draw?
I don't have it in front of me.
But would that information be available in the monthly reporting that
It
you
would be.
referenced?
Yes.
Okay. And then on or around the date of the first draw, were you aware of the status of YB's financial covenants?
Yes. Like I mentioned earlier, we were in compliance with all of our covenants. We did not become out of compliance until December 2024.
Okay. How about on or around the date of the first draw? Were you aware of any other financial effects of making the first draw on the credit facility?
Like I mentioned, we did not have access to the capital facility. So for the first half of the year, approximately, we had to pay any progress payments out of our own cash account.
Pardon me, when I'm referring to the first draw, I mean the first draw while you were there, right?
Okay. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question then?
It's okay, never mind, I'm gonna move on. Let's go through the second draw. Okay. Second draw. Were you aware of the financial condition of the company on around the date of the second draw?
Yes.
Could you please recount the financial condition of the company on around the date of the first draw?
Like I mentioned earlier, if it was for August, the trailing 12 months, we were net income positive. I can't remember what month the draw was made, but it would be in our monthly financial packet that we provide.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna ask you to look at T4, Mr. Edwards' testimony that you've adopted. Please let me know when you're at page 36. Did you want? Oh, okay. Oh. Pardon me. So we are going to move on. You don't have to look at that prior exhibit, but apologies, I forgot to ask you. Want to follow up on the third draw. Okay. So on around the date of third draw, were you aware of the financial condition of the company?
Yes.
Could you please recount the financial condition of the company on around the date of the first draw?
On the third draw or the first draw?
Third draw.
Like I said, as I mentioned earlier, right, we were net income positive through the trailing 12 months. I'm not sure if it was in September or October when the third draw was made, but if it was in October, we would be at a net income loss for the trailing 12 months.
And on around the date of the third draw, were you aware of the cash balance of the company?
Yes.
Would you please recount the cash balance of the company on around the date of the third draw?
Like I mentioned earlier, I don't have it in front of me and I would be speculating, but we did provide it in our monthly enhanced reporting.
And on around the date of the third draw, were you aware of the financial effects of making the third draw, such as the financial covenants, interest expense, beta, liquidity?
Yes.
Could you please recount the financial effects of making the third draw?
Like I mentioned, I don't have it in front of me, but if we have a draw, that interest expense would go up. As well as our debt balance.
Pardon me, as well as your debt balance?
The debt balance would drive the interest expense change.
Do you know why these draws were? Strike that. I'm going to move to T4. Thanks. Please let me know when you have T4 in front of you.
Yes, you said page 36?
Yes, please. Page 36. Please let me know when you're on that page.
I'm on that page.
Okay. And then I'm going to look at the last question in that page. Do you see it? It says identify the major capital investments. You see that?
I do see it.
Okay. So I'm going to read it out loud and it goes to the next page. So please follow along silently while I read it aloud. Question. Identify the major capital investments made since the last rate case that YB seeks to include a rate base for the 2025 budget. And the answer is the company is adding 2 new barges in 2024, the Kalohi and Nalulu, and added 2 new tugs in 2023, Mount Baker and Mount Drum. The testimony of Mr. Martin, YBT3, lists and describes the company's tug fleet and barge fleet, including the year they joined YB's fleet. The 2 new barges in total cost approximately $49 million, and the new tugs cost approximately $14 million each. The addition of these barges and tugs is the largest driver of the 2025 rate base increase. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Were any of the draws that we just previously discussed, the 3 draws that occurred during your tenure at YB, were any of those 3 draws that we discussed used to finance the purchase of the 2 new barges or the 2 new tugs referenced in this YBT4 at pages 36 and 37?
Yes, as I had mentioned earlier, we had used those 3 draws that I was speaking about as we were paying progress payments related to the 2 barges, Kalohi and Ulu.
What would happen if YB did not make those progress payments?
We would be in default with our contract with our shipyard provider.
Did YB provide a deposit?
Yes, so progress payments are just made to get to the full progress price. They're meant to reflect when I say progress payments, it's how much is built. So I would be paying 60% of that total purchase price based on a 60% build. So I don't know if I would characterize it as deposit, but I was paying along the way on progress payments of the way that barges were built.
Okay, thanks. And I'm still at YBT4 at 37.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm gonna look at, do you see the first full paragraph on the page that starts with new barges?
Yes.
The new barges will improve YB's ability to provide safe and regular cargo service to island communities and enhance service through lower maintenance, less downtime, consistent tow speeds, and greater operating efficiencies. This investment will directly support YB's commitment to a core mission. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to go through each of these statements. Okay, so the first statement is new barges will improve YB's ability to provide safe and regular cargo service and enhance service through lower maintenance. I like to start with lower maintenance.
Okay.
When you talk about lower maintenance, what maintenance expense is going down?
So our fleet currently is an average life of 30.6 years old. So when you think about that, a 30.6-year-old costs a lot more to maintain than a brand new barge. So, I'm sorry, I should preface that. The 30.6 is without the barges. So before we had the new barges, our fleet was 30.6 years old. When we added these new barges, our fleet average age went down to 24.6. So just as a finance head, right? Like when I think about new vessels are lower cost to maintain. You have less, heavy maintenance checks because it's brand new. So when I say lower maintenance, that would be like M&R maintenance expenses. You still have the regulatory checks, which are at 3 and 5 years from the Coast Guard, but you're having to do less of the significant overhauls to, the engine or anything else related to any of those parts, the piping, etc. So that would be, you're on what I would call it like a maintenance holiday for a little while because these are new barges.
Are you able to quantify what the lower maintenance cost is?
I do not have that in front of me, but I can tell you, like, we have a 55-year-old barge in our fleet that's expected to go through a dry docking event that's going to be over $1 million because it is so old. So if you think about that, like I'm on a maintenance holiday that I'm not going to have this huge over $1 million event because I have a brand new barge.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna go through the rest of the
Yep.
statement. It says the new barges will improve YB's ability to provide service and enhance service through less downtime. Can you please explain what are the what you mean by less downtime and how that translates to costs?
So that would be, for instance, dry docking is when you actually take the vessel out of the water. And so when I talk about extensive overhauls and for like a 55-year-old barge, that barge is going to be out of the water for longer than a new barge that's just doing like a regulatory check.
Are you able to quantify the specific dollar amount of savings with the new barge?
I do not have it in front of me now, but just when you think about it, right, like I mentioned, $1 million dry docking event that's out of the water, you're out of the water for, at least a month is what I'd say. And this is also what you're talking about too, is like, we need to make sure that these vessels are providing revenue. So it's not just a cost impact. We're really making sure that these vessels can continue providing revenue, which also flows to the bottom line. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the net margin or the net impact, not just costs. We're looking at what that total impact would be together whenever we do an analysis like that.
So is there anything that YB filed with us, with the commission, that we can look at to try to figure out the specific dollar amount in savings that YB says that are provided by buying these new barges related to lower maintenance, less downtime, consistent tow speeds, and greater operating efficiencies?
Like I said, we're not just looking at it just from a cost saving standpoint, or looking at it from a gross margin standpoint, so revenue and expenses. I'm not aware of any analysis that was provided to the commission prior to when we were purchasing these barges. But I can tell you, like, we are always looking at what that net impact, how much revenue can we put on this barge and how much it costs us to run the barge. So we're always looking at the gross margin impact of that.
Is there anything that the YB has provided us that reflects that gross margin analysis?
Not specifically for these two barges, but like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Starkey did PUC IR5 that does reflect a gross margin by sailing.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then you mentioned, or Mr. Edwards mentions, consistent tow speeds. Could you please explain what that means?
I'm not an expert in the operations field, but to me, consistent tow speeds, or how I would interpret it is, it's just you're providing consistent service. When you have an old barge versus like a new barge, it's just, it's more predictable about what you are going to get.
Okay. Are you able to quantify the financial effects of consistent tow speeds?
No, I'm not. And like I said, I mentioned earlier, we aren't looking at just one aspect. We'd be looking at the total gross margin impact.
Can you quantify the total gross margin impact of the consistent tow speeds?
No.
Okay. And finally, let's move to the greater operating efficiencies. Other than what you've already discussed today, are there any other examples or greater operating efficiencies that you'd like to add?
To what's beyond here? No, I'd just like to say these new barges are providing us new revenue opportunities that we really are trying to optimize, right? For instance, the Na'ulu is larger, so we need to optimize how do we use that additional space and make sure we continue to generate additional revenue.
Okay. And then in terms of quantifying the gross margin impact of the greater operational efficiencies, is there anything that YB has filed with the PUC that would reflect that information?
So like I said, I'd refer to PUC IR5 that does have a gross margin analysis, like I mentioned, by route.
Right, but it's not limited to just these purchase of these.
No, it's not
Okay,
limited to
these
just this, but it looks
items.
at what we have currently.
Okay, and then actually you want to go back, if you don't mind. I'm going to move back to YB, the working paper 401.
Yes.
Please let me know when you have that in front of you. Okay. Okay. Is the interest expense associated with the credit facility reflected in YB's test year revenue requirement?
It's in our budget here, but it's not reflected in our test year.
Okay. Not reflected. Why is it not reflected in your test year revenue requirement?
It was an RMA that I think we excluded interest expense out. I don't have the RMA number in front of me.
Okay. But you said it's in your budget?
Yes, we budgeted for it. So if you look at 401,
Okay.
the budget that we have on page 2 in the summary, you'll see interest expense there on line 941.
Okay, let me look at that. Okay, I see. Okay,
Of 2.7 million.
okay. Thank you. I have no further questions right now for you, Ms. Kishimoto.
Take a 5-minute break so that the commission can digest all of this before asking our questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, back from break. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Yost.
Thank you. Good morning still. I want to first just clarify something that at least at the commissioner table, we were getting a little bit confused about and want to make sure it's clear in the record. When you were discussing with Ms. Rebugi about draw requests for the $60 million facility, the first and second draw requests that you discussed with Ms. Rebugi, those occurred prior to your employment at the company, correct?
I started in August 2023, and I think the first one, it was either late 2022 or early 2023, so that was prior to my time. And then the second one, I think was early in 2023, so that was also prior to my time.
The first was, actually, the order for the first was issued in March of 2023.
Oh,
And the second was also issued before you arrived in
Okay.
August.
yes.
So, but your testimony, just to clarify it, even though you weren't there yet, you do have knowledge that you gained after you joined the company of the company's financial condition at the time of those first two draw requests, correct?
That is correct.
And that was the nature of your testimony. You were testifying to the knowledge that you gained after you joined as to the company's condition before you got there.
Correct. I mean, I had access to, the historical financial records, and so I did understand where we were during 2023 and 2022.
Okay, great. We just wanted to clear that up to make sure there was no confusion. And then subsequent, we have a third draw request, which was denied,
Correct.
and a fourth draw request, which was granted. Both of those occurrences happened while you were with the company, correct?
Yes.
And so there are only 3 draws total from the $60 million credit facility that were approved by the commission, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, thank you. So that clarify, I mean, that's the scope of your testimony
Okay.
so far. You were only referring to those 3 draw requests, 2 of which happened before you got there and 1 happened after you were there. All right, great. Thank you. I just want to make sure that's clear. I'll get back to some of the draw request issues, but first I'd like to ask you about wharfage fees.
Okay.
So YB, as you testified, stopped paying harbors the wharfage fees that it was obligated by law to pay at a certain point because you said you were under financial stress. Is that right?
That is correct. We stopped paying the October payment that would have been due on November 15th. That was the first month that we stopped.
Is that 2024?
I'm sorry. Yes, Chair, 2024.
Okay. And to go back a step, a wharfage fee is an itemized amount on each customer's bill, correct?
That is correct.
And so YB knows exactly how much it owes in terms of wharfage fees and how much it is collected.
Yes. So we actually do the self-reporting. So we file a monthly report with the DOT harbors listing all the itemized, like you mentioned, transactions. And then we say how much we do owe every month. And we would then issue a check with that detailed listing of these are all the wharfage payments representing this total dollar check.
Do you know whether YB ever asked permission from harbors to withhold payments of wharfage fees for fees that it had collected from customers?
I'm not aware of asking permission, but I think we did notify them that we are planning to withhold the payment.
You're not sure, though.
I did not ask for permission, nor am I aware of anyone who did ask permission ahead of time.
Do you know who would know whether you notified harbors in advance of the withholding?
I think I would defer to Mr. Nakagawa if he did have that discussion with them.
Okay. You mentioned that YB is now paying penalties on the amount, the arrearages essentially, right? The amount of wharfage fees that have been withheld.
We have not paid the penalties yet, but we have accrued it on our books.
And how much have you accrued?
Through August, I think we have accrued close to 2 million.
And how are those penalties calculated?
1% per month of any past due payment.
Are there any other interest fees or any other amounts that your YB will become liable for because of the withheld wharfage fees?
Not that I'm aware of.
You have a short-term credit facility that we discussed briefly, correct? YB does?
Yes, we do.
And what is the current, you said $7 million is currently outstanding for that short-term credit facility?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's the limit on that short-term credit facility currently?
Currently, it had dropped. We originally started at 20, it dropped to 15, and now through this latest modification, it's at 10 million. So we would have 3 million available.
October of 2024 is when you first started withholding wharfage fees from harbors, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was the limit of your credit facility, short-term credit facility in October of 2024?
I think it was at 20 million. I don't think, we also have another, it had to be less, it's 80% of our accounts receivable balance, but I think that was through a subsequent amendment after December 2024. But so I think we had the full 20 million available to us at that point in time.
Do you know how much you had drawn down from that 20 million in October of 2024? How much room was in that short-term credit facility in October of 2024?
I think we had nearly all of it available. I would say we probably hadn't drawn more than 5 million at that point in time.
Do you know why a choice apparently was made to stop paying the wharfage fees, which you'd collected from customers, to harbors when you had substantial room still in your short-term credit facility?
We are trying to, I think as we had mentioned previously, that we were trying to meet our debt covenant as of 12/31/2024. So we are holding on leverage, right? So we didn't want to increase our leverage at that point in time. But since then, right, as I mentioned earlier, we were out of violation as of 12/31/2024 of our debt covenant. So we were not able to generate basically enough EBITDA to cover our leverage at that point in time. So it was really an EBITDA shortfall.
When you withhold money from harbors, does that show up on your books as debt that also affects your covenants?
It affects our covenants. What we consider any accounts payable greater than 90 days as debt for covenant reporting. So at that point in time, it wasn't not 90 days yet. What's also considered as debt is our finance leases. So it's our debt for the capital facility, short-term facility, finance leases, plus any AP greater than 90 days will be considered debt in our debt covenant calculations.
Okay, let's go back to the draw requests made for the $60 million credit facility. Now you weren't here, you weren't with YB for the first two draws as we established, but in the application or the notice that YB sent to the commission, I'm just going to make this representation to you. For the first draw, it represented that although it was making this request and seeking expedited approval, its intent was going to seek these sort of draw requests on an annual basis to avoid further expedited approval. That didn't actually happen. In fact, the second draw request came in even before the commission had ruled on the first one, just 2 months after the first draw request was made, approximately. Were you ever part of any discussions after you started work at YB that where there was discussion about why YB was seeking draw requests so frequently for its $60 million facility, as opposed to the original intention that it stated in its first draw request that it wasn't going to do it any more frequently than annually?
No, I was not a part of any discussions about that.
Okay. You mentioned that the barge payments that in your understanding, well, let me just establish this first. In your understanding, the draws that were requested and received, they were primarily used for payments for barge construction. Is that your understanding?
Yes, at least from when I was here, that's what the draws were for, was for barge construction or barge payment, progress payments.
So the third draw?
Yes,
What about the draw number 1 and draw number 2? Do you know what those were predominantly used for?
I think there was a listing of capital expenditures that we were expecting in 2023. A large portion of that, yes, is the barge payments, but I think it also covered other shoreside equipment as well.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to Mr. Starkey's responses to IRs. You went over this exhibit with Ms. Fabrughi. It's YBIR-03. YB's response. Can you go back to that?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna grab the binder again.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'll wait.
Okay. Thank you.
You have it?
Yes, I do.
Did you review this exhibit in its entirety before your testimony today?
I have looked at it, not just right before my testimony, but before it was filed. So I have not seen it today until now.
Do you have any disagreement with anything in this exhibit?
I did not when it was filed.
You could turn to page 4 of 7, please.
Yes.
The middle of the page, last sentence under in the response section. A question was asked as to whether or not YB realized it was in a quote earnings crisis prior to August 2023. And the answer given is yes, the company foresaw an earnings crisis prior to August 2023. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, not in which in the Word document. I'm sorry, not the Excel.
Not the Excel.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go.
Sorry. Page 4 of 7 in the Word document.
Okay.
Do you see where I just read there that the
Yes.
company foresaw? If the company is in it, so an earnings crisis is a little bit muddy in the way it's described here. In one sense, an earnings crisis in this document is discussed as a situation where the utility is failing to generate the authorized rate of return. That's part of it. But another part is whether or not the operating expenses exceed revenue. And those two things are conflated a little bit. Can you, in your own view, like what do you think earnings crisis means in this document?
I think for me, I look at it on a consolidated basis, and this response, I don't think is looking at it on a consolidated basis. So I look at regulated and unregulated together is what I'd say. And in 2023, like I mentioned, we still had positive net income. But that's, like I said, joint, right? Regulated and unregulated. I feel like this response is looking at on the regulated side where we're not earning, our rate of return to cover our expenses or cover our costs.
So is it your view that if you have positive net income trailing 12 months, you're not in an earnings crisis?
I mean, at that point in time, right, you're making a historical look. It's always about that, I guess, the forecast that you could be predicting, am I going into an earnings crisis, right? So I think it's a balance of you look at historically and you also have to look forward to what's coming up.
Let's look at page 6 of 7 of that same Word document where it has the chart, actual versus required interstate revenue.
Yes.
Below the chart, the Word document says that as early as December 2022, the company began to consistently earn less than its last authorized rate of return. You see that
Yes. I do.
discussion? So if the company knows of its situation as early as December of 2022, in your view, as a financial manager in the company, is it prudent? Is it reasonable to pay dividends to your parent company when you're in this type of financial situation?
Like I said, this predates my time, but you know, when you look at the distributions that were made, we had communicated it, I think, into our original loan application that this was part of our company's strategy or YB's strategy to have a debt to equity ratio of 40 to 60%. So as part of the plan to do this, and part of getting to that balance was we needed to lower our equity, and to do that, we made these distributions. And so that was part of the original plan. And like I said, disclosed as part of the financing agreement or application that this was what we were planning to do. And like I said, I'm also mentioning forward, but we're looking at our financial forecast. And this is only looking at it just from the regulated side, but we're looking at, you know, what that future looks like and what we are planning. And at that point in time, right, we were planning to do a rate case. We were planning to, you know, have different, you know, forecasts to get us right. We had forecasts that we're looking at generating positive net income going forward. And like I mentioned, the distributions were always part of the plan. So I think the prudent thing was done. It was communicated and it was reviewed at that point in time.
Okay. Just to make sure I understood you correctly, the plan at the time that you just were speaking of was to achieve a debt equity ratio of 40% debt and 60% equity?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the position of the company at that time in terms of the ratio? What were you seeking to move from to get to 40-60?
We're 100% equity.
Just 100%, right? Okay. So when you are making that movement to change your ratio, I think as you testified to before, you know that when you are increasing debt, you are reducing your cash balance
Correct.
and you're reducing your equity.
You're decreasing your equity when you make the distribution.
That's right.
Yeah.
But when you, that's part of shifting the ratio.
Yes, correct.
Right. So but you're also reducing your cash balance. You're reducing your liquidity.
Yes.
And by reducing your liquidity, aren't you reducing the company's financial resilience against future revenue shortfalls?
So part of that was we had this short-term working capital facility as well too, that went from 10 to 20. So we had the ability, if we have some, you know, peaks and valleys in it, that we would use the working capital facility to help us make sure that we had enough liquidity to get through these cycles.
I know that the amount of the dividends are confidential. Are you able to say whether the amount of the dividends paid exceeded your short-term credit facility?
Yeah, let me object to that. And with all due respect to the commission, but I think this is going to get into a confidential area.
Okay, that's why I phrased the question that way. If you're not able to say, then I will respect your decision not to say. Let me move to overtime, and you may or may not know anything about this, but just because you know you're one of the few people representing the company directly who has financial management knowledge, we need to ask these questions. In terms of overtime, is it your knowledge as to whether or not overtime essentially is paid, or the decision about whether or not overtime is acceptable is just based on how much work there is to do on a given day and however many hours a given employee may need to work. That's what will determine the employee getting overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime. Is that right?
It's not completely, can I just maybe add a few clarifying
Yeah,
points?
of course, of
So
course.
when you work on a Saturday, you start at overtime. So that doesn't, reflect how many hours you're working, but you're starting the day in overtime. If there's a weather event, if there's a weather watch, for instance, like a flash flood watch, you're starting the day in overtime. So there's certain triggers that cause you to work overtime without just working a straight number of hours.
Okay, let's say it's not a Saturday or a weather event day. It's just a normal Tuesday, and someone shows up to work, and there's enough work to do that they wind up working 16 hours. Is there ever a discussion or intervention by a supervisor or any other manager to authorize the employee to continue working into overtime or double overtime or triple overtime? Or does it just happen based on how much work there is to do on that given day?
From what I understand of having, spoken to my counterpart, the director of terminal operations, with the new lead, manage and contain, or that LMC initiative that Chris Martin talked about yesterday, they are talking a lot more with the supervisors and talking about, do we incur this additional overtime to load, maybe empties back on the barge, right? They are talking about what a reasonable amount of day is and trying to balance it with making sure that we move enough cargo out of the yard so there's enough space to do things. But I think it's part of that lead, manage, contain project or initiative to really look at how do we, minimize what you're talking about, the triple time and the double overtime. And looking at, ways to make sure that we just don't have like an open clock to do that. Sometimes, right, it is necessary for us to do it if we're moving maybe larger, bulkier items that maybe just take longer to load. For instance, when we were moving the modular homes from Hilo to Oahu, and we are moving those modular homes for the first time, we had to understand how to adjust the ramps appropriately. So it maybe took us longer than we anticipated. So they did work longer shifts on those days, but it was because we have to learn how to move those modular homes. So sometimes I think depending on the cargo, it will take longer than expected and need to make sure that we get those items on the barge. But there are more discussions about how do we do that more effectively and optimize the workforce that we have and optimize the hours that they work.
Are managers or supervisors involved on a daily basis in making the decision whether or not employees work double or triple overtime?
I think there's a discussion about it that always happens and looking at what that cargo load is for the day. What are they expecting to be on the barge and what has to go on the barge?
Every single day.
Every single time the barge comes in is what I'd say. So sometimes it's not every day, right? It just depends on when there's barges.
Thank you.
coming in.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there evaluations done on a periodic basis, say monthly, of how much double or triple overtime was incurred in the prior month or prior period, whatever it may be, and some sort of assessment made as to whether or not the amount of double or triple overtime seems excessive?
So we, these ILW 142 workers are paid on a weekly basis. And on every Monday, we have a Power BI dashboard that comes out that shows the amount of hours broken up into all those categories by port that everybody looks at, including the leadership team. We review it on a Tuesday, but all the port managers have that access to that dashboard and everyone looks at their results and how it compares either on a year-over-year basis or even on a weekly basis. And always there's discussion that's had if we see spikes in it or try to understand what's causing that. So there is a reporting mechanism that happens every week that we look at pretty consistently. And like I said, at the end of that payroll period is a Sunday. So every Monday, that Power BI report is loaded for that past week.
And are adjustments made if it is
Yes.
deemed to be excessive?
So it's talked about what causes it and tries to identify that root cause of that problem, and it is addressed.
Have you seen trends over time? Is the amount of double or triple overtime increasing, decreasing, remaining kind of steady?
So I looked at it, year to date, it's 38% lower on a combination of DOT and TOT, 38% lower in hours. So the LMC has seen like very good, there is what I'd say. So I have definitely seen a track record of declines in both triple overtime as well as, double overtime.
Do you know how much as a percentage of labor cost overtime costs are? I mean, single, double, and triple together versus straight time. Do you know the percentage breakdown?
I wish I had it in front of me, but there's a slide in the business plan deck where it breaks down the percentage of triple overtime, double overtime. Triple overtime was, I think, 1.4 or 1.7% of the total hours worked. I wish I had what page it was on in the business plan, but I know the triple overtime, I remember it being 1.7%. I can't remember off the top of my head the percent that's double overtime. But that percentage of hours for double time and triple time has come down year over year as a makeup of the total as well.
My memory of that business plan is that the answer to my question is 45% is overtime. That's the combination of overtime, double and triple. And does that sound reasonable to you that it's 45%?
That does sound reasonable. And that 38% figure that I gave you, just to clarify, that's only double time and triple time decrease year over year.
I understand. Does 45% seem like a high number to you as a percentage of labor cost, that's the overtime cost?
Oh, at the bucket of hours is what you're
Yeah.
saying, 45 at the total. I think we have, our gates are open, for a long period of time, right? And so it takes a lot of time to move these goods that come back and forth is what I'd say. And so I think what we're seeing, like, our workers work really hard to make sure that this cargo gets delivered, daily, it is long hours and it's like an important mission. I don't know if I can opine necessarily on whether that's too much, but it is, what is needed to move this cargo between the islands.
Okay, I've got no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Kuai. First. Just to let you council know, we're gonna try plug along and finish Ms. Kishimono before taking a break.
That's fine.
Ms. Kishimoto, you were here for Mr. Nakagawa's testimony yesterday.
Yes, I was here.
And there was some discussion regarding YB's purchase of the barges. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified earlier today that YB financed the purchase of those barges through that loan,
The
$60
capital
million.
facility. Yes.
Do you know, you may not know, whether or not the commission explicitly approved the purchase of the barges?
I'm not aware of that. I know the commission approved our $60 million.
That's right.
facility.
We approved draws from the loan
Correct.
that went to financing the barges.
Yes.
But you don't know if the commission actually approved the barge purchases.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
not
so
direct.
when Mr. Nakagawa testified that we were fully aware of the barge purchases and stuff like that. In fact, we did not actually look at the barge purchases. We only approved the loan draws, correct?
As I'm aware of, yeah,
Okay,
I
thank
know
you.
you approved the facility.
Okay. And you also testified earlier that the draws that were made weren't necessary just for the barges, correct?
No, like I said, that was before my time, and I thought I had read that it was not just the barge payments, it also included shoreside equipment as well.
And when you say short-side equipment, that means terminal and cargo handling equipment?
Yes,
Large lifts, automobiles and generators and other
other things.
equipment went into those loan draws, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you. So it wasn't just for barge payments, correct?
No,
It was a whole entire slew of things.
yes.
Let's go to your testimony. Hold on, let me pull this up. When Ms. Verderbergy questioned you, you indicated that the new barge purchases were to help improve the ability to provide safe and regular cargo service. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she asked you questions as to how does that turn out from a financial, economic
Yes.
standpoint? And do you recall what your response was?
I said, I did not do that analysis, but what I referenced her was Mike Starkey or Mr. Starkey had done PUC IR5 that looks at, just our overall fleet and how that by sailing, if it's a gross margin positive or negative.
And
And I also mentioned, I think that I talked about the lower maintenance costs. And I mentioned that we have a barge that's 55 years old, that's planning to go into a dry dock that's, about $1 million. Just because of the age and the extensive dry dock that it needs to go through. So I think I mentioned both those items.
okay, but isn't it true though that since you've acquired those two barges, those sailings are still operating at a loss, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily equate to efficiencies as far as from an economic standpoint. It's you still are operating at losses on those sailings.
We are still operating at a loss, but it could be less of a loss.
But you're still operating at a loss. And on top of that, you have to take out a loan to pay for these new equipment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Ms. Kishimoto, earlier you were in responding to some of Ms. Verbrugge's questions. And I'm gonna paraphrase, right? You said that LCL is not profitable, and probably has been in some time, and because you recently came to Young Brothers. And I know Mr. Martin also testified to that effect as well. But during your time at YB, and maybe from more on the finance side or that perspective, has there been any discussions about how to make LCL more profitable or to do something about it?
Yes, we've had discussions for quite some time about LCL. And then Mr. Starkey will talk about how in rate design, we're looking at changing, right, to be more commensurate with the amount of expenses we are doing for LCL. And then now with the business plan, we're looking at it again more broadly, right, and what we can do and just various different options there to continue providing this service, but, doing different things with it. So we are looking at it, and we are starting an initiative in the middle of looking at how do we do that exactly.
To your knowledge, I guess because it has been unprofitable for some time. Right? Has there any, why now? Right? Why initiate now? Is it gotten to some point that it's really bad or really unprofitable or right? And I understand, right, the position of YB, looking at it as an essential service, right? But I'm trying to get to, right, why now versus why not before?
I can't comment on why not maybe before is what I say, but we're committed to looking at every opportunity that will drive bottom line improvements. When I say bottom line, it's we need to look at anything that'll drive a better financial performance for us.
And that's on a going forward basis.
I think we have been doing it for
Yeah.
quite some time, right? As we saw our financial situation deteriorate, in the second half of 24, which I was mentioning, we have been actively looking at many different items to accelerate or to do.
Okay. And I just have one other, comment. So, right, Commissioner Yost asked you about, the draws and to your knowledge, why you know, draws were made more frequently, right? Because after the first draw, it was kind of said, it's annually, right? As far as your testimony, right, your understanding of barge payments were right on the order of 12 months to 18 months. So, or actually you said 18 to 24 months, right?
Yeah, so you prepay for the barge, right? And you have defined periods of time, right? That you need to make certain progress payments depending on how much of that barge build has happened.
Okay. But I think where Commissioner Yost was going was, right, why was there, you know, like an acceleration of the draws versus, right, the typical year? And maybe you're not the person to answer it, but my question is there any YB witness that's upcoming or that we can recall to probably answer that question? What was the thinking, right, behind accelerating it versus, right, kind of staying on an annual basis for credit draws?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure and I'm not the right person to answer it. And I'm thinking the only other person I would think who might be able to answer it would be Mr. Nakagawa, who was here during that time.
Okay. Fair notice. I think we might have to call up Mr. Nakagawa. I just want an answer to that. I mean, we'll do that afterwards. Towards the end. I mean,
I'm sure he'll still be here.
okay. Any redirect, Mr. Ono?
Yeah, just a brief redirect. Ms. Kishimoto, you were asked about the testimony that appeared on YBT4, page 37, concerning the new barge's ability to provide safe and regular cargo service, and that they would enhance service through lower maintenance, less downtime, consistent tow speeds, and greater operating efficiencies. You remember that?
Yes.
And are those potential savings built into the budget somehow?
Yes.
And how is that?
Our budget was built on, like I mentioned, bottoms up on what fleet items would be in there. So what fleet we were going to operate in 2025. So for instance, like from a dry docking event, I didn't have any dry docking costs for these barges in there, would be an example of that. My budget for 2025 reflected 6 dry docks between tugs and barges, and none of them were for the Naulu or the Kalohi.
Well, how would something like less downtime be forecasted into the revenue requirement? And who does that?
So downtime would be like a dry dock event. If I pulled a barge out of service, I would have to understand if I had a backup barge for that. And so if I did not have a backup barge in my fleet currently, I would have to go and rent a backup barge. And I would include that cost of renting a barge in there.
Now, earlier you had talked about the employee gratis shipping or the employee discount shipping. And I think you said you didn't forecast those.
We did not.
You actually do track the amount that
We do.
is. And
Every month we send out a report that we can see exactly how much was spent.
and how is the employee discount treated for revenue requirement purposes?
We excluded it as an RMA and we backed out the expenses. We tried to impute how much that revenue would be, and we backed out the expenses for that, what we assumed would be that gratis shipping. I can't remember which RMA it was, maybe one of the RMAs though.
And an RMA stands for rate making adjustment.
Adjustment, yes.
Earlier you talked about certain expenses that you normalize as part of the budget process. Can you tell me what types of expenses you normalize as compared to the expenses that Mr. Mugrace had normalized?
For instance, one would be the dry docking costs that we incurred. We normalized that over a 3-year period because it's really just dependent, like I said, on those 3 or 5-year checks. So I don't think it would be prudent to just, if we had a high dry dock year of like, say, 9 vessels, it wouldn't make sense to just use that one. We're looking at it over a period of time, would be an example.
Any other examples that you can think of?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ona. Mr. Knox, any?
Yes, just a couple
Sure.
quick questions. Ms. Verbergi asked you about the CBA negotiations. Can you please remind me which sorts of roles in the company are filled by members of ILWU 142 and which roles by members of ILW 100?
The ILW 100 I'll start with, those are the supervisors. And I think there's a total of either 13 or 14 currently. And then for the ILW 142, it includes all of that shoreside labor, whether from a machine operator to a customer service clerk to a freight clerk.
And there's a third union, correct? IPU. What sort of roles do they fill?
They're the mariners.
Did you say to Ms. Verbergi that YB paid some of the progress payments on the ordered barges out of its cash account?
Yes,
How many progress payments did the company make out of its cash account?
I think 2. I know of at least 1, but I think it's 2.
And last question, do you know how much cash in total those perhaps 2 payments out of the company's cash account, how much that totaled in cash?
3 to 5 million.
Thank you. No further questions.
Commission Council, any
No further questions, Chair.
commissioners? All right, thank you, Ms. Kishimoto. So we'll take a break for lunch. Let's get back here 1:15. So hour 15. All right,
Thank you.
and Mr. Ono, I'll leave it up to you. We can continue with the witness list, or if you want to bring up Mr. Nakagawa at that time.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll leave it to you. You let me know.
we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready? Back from the lunch break. Mr. Owner, I see that Mr. Nakagawa is on the stand. And so, Mr. Nakagawa, I think you were here when I asked Ms. Kishimoto the question, and even with Commissioner Yos. I think we just want the response, you know, what was the thinking to accelerate, right, the drawdowns from the credit facility, the $60 million credit facility? And that's the only question that we have.
Okay, no, thanks for giving me the lunch break to refresh my recollection. So if you mind, we did write some notes down. My recollection is that when we got this $60 million credit facility approved, our intention was, we filed, I think it's in the record, we filed on February 16, 2023, our initial request for the draw approval. I believe it was about 13 million for the Kalohi barge progress payments. The Kalohi, as you know, is the 9 Molokai barge, the smaller barge. And that was a time that we didn't want to actually, we wanted to have a process that we weren't going to do it piecemeal for every single draw. We wanted to get your approval because we recognize that you have other dockets, utilities. And so we introduced a plan to make annual draws moving forward. Annual draws. And that was intended so that we could package the requests, and it will include a lot of the capital expenditures that we would project in that particular year. So on March 8, 2023, consistent with that plan, we submitted a request for 22.3 million for the remainder of the capital plan for 2023. And that also includes the payments for the 2 barges. And so that was the annual plan for funds that we're going to use for 2023. And that was the commission did approve that plan. And then in the record on October 27, 2023, we again asked for another request for a draw. It was for 24.7 million for the 2024 capital plan. Again, it's for all of the capital expenditures, including barges, lifts, etc., that we're planning to incur in 2024. And this is, in line with what our budget was, our budget cycle. And the reason why we did it on October 27, 23 was, again, to give the commission more time before the 2024 period. So we did it, of course, we didn't want to give it to you during the Christmas period. So we did it like October 27th. So at least gives you guys 60 or so days, right, to actually try to vet the process, get your review, get the consumer advocates to also review it in advance. And hopefully we would actually get approval in 2024. And that was the one, as you may recall, it was denied. And then we came in again on June 14, 2024. And that was primarily just for the payments of the 2 barges for 25 million. So I hope that answers your question. Our intent was to have an annual, it was an annual plan funds for approval for draws.
You okay with that? Sorry, I'm looking to Commissioner Mills to make sure.
Yes.
Can you give me a moment? Thank you for that answer. That is responsive to our question. But I'm just, give me a moment to review the order that we issued to deny the 3rd draw request. I'm just looking through our discussion of that briefly, and then if you can give me
That's
like
fine.
60 seconds, I'll be back with you.
Well, Commissioner Yossi is kind, so just want to confirm. So there was the first request, right,
Yes.
which was approved, and that was for what year? Or was just for the,
Yeah, we filed it on February 16, 2023,
But-
and you came back and approving it pretty quickly for the.
yeah, and then, but
Sure.
that was for just the barges.
Just one barge. It was
One
for the
barge.
The Kalohi, right?
Okay,
13
and
million.
then the second request,
March 8,
What?
2023.
yeah, so that was for the remainder of 23, right?
Right, annual plans, funds for 2023. You're correct, Chair.
Okay, and then the third request was originally for 24, which was denied. And then a subsequent fourth request was for 2024 again.
Yes, June
Right.
14,
Yeah,
2024.
okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Yos.
So just a brief follow-up. You know, as you likely recall, did you review during lunch, did you review the order in which we denied the third draw request?
I apologize. I didn't review the order specifically on the denial.
That's okay. You know, there's a fair amount of discussion in that order as to why the third draw request was denied, but fundamentally, you know, the overall concern of the commission is that the initial establishment of a $60 million credit facility was thought by the commission to be a very hopeful development for YB. It hadn't had that type of facility before, and it was a substantial amount of money. And when YB then proceeded to seek to draw down the entire amount of $60 million, or at least submitted requests to draw down the entire amount of $60 million within a single calendar year. All three of those requests were submitted to the PUC in a single calendar year. That was shocking to us at the time, because you had been reporting to us in other means, other reports, that you were worried about your expenses going up. You were concerned about your financial position. You know, that those concerns were starting to become clearer to you, to YB. And it immediately raised red flags for the commission, just to be frank, right? When we got requests for the entire 60 million submitted to us in a single calendar year, really within a 10-month period, or an 8-month period between February and October, it made us concerned immediately that some things were being unsaid. We weren't getting the full story, right? That's what it appeared to us, because it was intended to be a long-term state stability. It was intended to contribute to YB's long-term financial stability. And if you use up all of it in the course of about a year, because if we had granted that third request, you would have received it within a 12-month period of the first draw request. Then the resilience established, you know, by that initial facility itself would be gone, and you would be left with debt that you then have to manage in an increasingly challenging financial environment. So do you understand why the commission was concerned at the time at the frequency and pace of those draw requests? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, based upon what you just mentioned and our review of the order, we understand the commission's perspective as to the concerns as to the denial of the requests back then.
Go ahead. Yeah, Commissioner Kawai, follow up.
Going back to the order, I think the commission raised some red flags in the order. One, that you folks had an upcoming settlement with the ILWU as a major expenditure. And secondly, based on your monthly reporting, indicated that your expenses were going up across the board in excess of your forecasts that you provided in 2019, docket 2019-0117. And so I think we thought at that time that by taking out this third draw request, right, that you folks would fall out of compliance with your financial covenants. You recall us making that observation in the order?
As I mentioned to Commissioner Yost, I haven't had an opportunity to review the order in detail, but I trust what's in the record as
Okay.
stated.
So, and isn't it in fact true that right now you folks are facing the situation that we identified in that particular order? That expenses are really out of line from what you forecasted back in 2019, and that you folks face, you're out of compliance with some of your financial covenants?
I mean, that's correct that we are, expenses are rising, but it's not just for us, it's for everybody.
Okay, but you recognize that it was way out of line from what you projected or earlier represented, and we wanted you folks to re-examine that and get your expenses under control.
Understood.
Thank you.
I've got one further question for you since you're here. Looking back at the exhibit we just looked at a moment ago, PUC YB IR-03, the word part of that, it's Mr. Starkey's response to IR3, PUC IR3. I can wait. And I'd like to direct your attention to page 1 of that IR response by Mr. Starkey.
Okay, I'm there.
I assume that you reviewed this IR response prior to this evidentiary hearing?
I may not have not, since I'm not a sponsor of this, but I mean, I may have reviewed it prior to the filing of this IR response.
Okay, well, I really just want to ask you about the first sentence in the response on page 1. Are you on page 1?
Yes, I am.
It says there, right underneath response, YB has attempted to alleviate its revenue shortfall on numerous occasions by addressing the primary cause, i.e. regulated rates that were last adjusted in September 2020 and which no longer recover the company's underlying costs. You see that?
I do.
And the adjustment in September of 2020 was a 46% emergency rate increase, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that in the prior proceeding where the commission made a decision about whether or not the emergency rate increase was fully justified and or whether any portion of it should be refunded, isn't it true that you agreed in settlement with the consumer advocate to refund $1.2 million of the monies you collected under the emergency rate increase?
That's not entirely true.
You didn't agree to that in a settlement with the consumer advocate?
I don't have the settlement document in front of us, but I believe it was a $1.2 million credit.
Okay, but you agreed that $1.2 million of the funds that were, when I say you, I mean Young Brothers,
Yes,
that were collected by Young Brothers under its emergency rate increase, that should go back to customers as a credit. That was the nature of that settlement with the consumer advocate, correct?
yes. As you know, as attorneys know, in front of any trial or any hearings, you know, the parties normally negotiate and come to a resolution, which involves compromises, etc.
I understand, but that was the agreement, correct?
That was the, yeah, what's stated in the agreement is true. As corrected. And I believe it was a credit versus a refund.
All right.
Commissioner Yokes.
So I'll just note for the record that that seems to me to be inconsistent with the response in this IR response, alleging that the revenue collected under the emergency rate increase was somehow insufficient to meet YB's reasonable and prudent expenses and needs. If the ultimate outcome of that rate increase period is that $1.2 million went back to consumers, which it did, then I would argue that reflects the reality of the situation is that YB actually overcollected money during that ERI period. So I'm just stating that for the record. It's not a question. And I've got no further questions.
Anything further? All right. Thank you, Mr. Nakagawa. Thank you, Mr. Ono, for having Mr. Nakagawa available. Move to Warren Fisher. Mr. Fisher, on. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Onyani, direct.
Mr. Fisher did not submit direct testimony or rebuttal testimony. He is here as a sponsor of various IRs, and as such, he's available for questioning.
Mr. Knox, any?
We have no cross of this witness on the materials she has sponsored.
Is Verbrugge?
No questions, Chair.
Commissioners? Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you.
Our next and final witness is Michael Starkey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stuckey.
Good afternoon.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Ono?
Please state your name.
My name is Michael Starkey. The last name is spelled Starkey.
Did you sponsor the company's jurisdictional cost allocation model?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
My voice kind of tailed off. Did you sponsor the company's jurisdictional cost allocation model?
I did.
And can you briefly describe the company's jurisdictional cost model?
Sure. As I think we've talked about a lot already this week, the company provides and operates a single operation that has one set of vessels, one set of tugs, one set of barges, one set of shoreside cargo handling equipment. And those shared resources support not only regulated, but also unregulated cargo and shipments. And so, but only one portion of that operation, the regulated portion, is rate return regulated by this commission. So it's necessary to take that entire operation and allocate certain costs to the regulated, reasonable costs to the regulated and unregulated sides, so that we can set rates for the regulated services under rate of return regulation. The cost of service model does just that at a really granular level of detail across different types of equipment and different types of functions within the operation.
Okay, within the company's jurisdictional cost model, how are barges and tugs allocated between regulated and unregulated services?
So specific to barges and tugs, every time a vessel leaves the port for YB, it's tracked. And YB's Helm system tracks it by minute, specific to what it's doing. If it's on, say, the Hilo #1 route, it tracks that barge and tug by minute until when it leaves Honolulu, until it arrives in Hilo. It does the same thing for a charter, anytime really, any kind of, even if they take the vessels out to the ocean for protection during a hurricane, all of that time is tracked. What YB BIP, which is the YB Business Intelligence Platform, which is the sort of the official name, I guess, of the jurisdictional cost model. It uses that information from Helm to track every vessel and what it's doing. It uses those minutes then to separate that time into two types of voyages, either a charter voyage or a non-charter voyage. All charter voyage minutes are allocated directly to the unregulated side. All non-charter sailing minutes are allocated to the regulated and unregulated cargo that rides on them, but again, by minute of use for each route.
So just so I'm clear, you actually track every minute that the vessels are working and identify whether they are working on behalf of regulated service versus unregulated.
That's true.
And how does it do that?
The Helm system tracks it. So, for example, when a charter is deployed, we know the tug, we know the barge, we know the route. And so we use data from the Helm system and then also a number of other data sources, including their fuel consumption reports, to identify the actual sailings that are being undertaken. So we can identify in the data a charter sailing, we can identify in the data, like I said, a Hilo #1 regulated sailing versus a Kahului #2 regulated sailing. And so the model tracks all of those minutes and then assigns the costs associated with those various sailings.
You mentioned fuel. How do you allocate fuel costs?
So good question. So the the minutes are used to allocate almost all vessel costs except for fuel. Fuel is tracked separately through fuel consumption reports, which the model pulls in. And then the specific fuel costs are associated by the number of gallons burned on each one of those voyages. So it uses those two metrics really to allocate about 100% of the overall vessel costs, most of it via time, the other via fuel burn.
Do regulated customers subsidize unregulated customers?
No, that's the entire intent of the model is to use these types of data-driven statistics to ensure that we allocate the proper amount of cost to the regulated versus the unregulated side, specifically so that we remove any subsidy if we're there.
Where can the parties find the various allocations that impact regulated rates?
So we run YB BIP. YB BIP and the output from YB BIP is at Exhibit 1201 with my testimony. The output from YB BIP is then input into the revenue requirement model. The revised revenue requirement model, as I recall, is Exhibit 301. And you can look to, which is basically a revised version of the Schedule G, which was included with the application. So if you look at Exhibit 301, Schedule G, particularly Schedule G12, you'll see all the allocations that come from YB BIP into the model to allocate all of the myriad types of investments and expenses that the company operates.
Yeah, thank you. That completes our 5-minute direct.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Mr. Knox.
Good afternoon, Mr. Starkey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Knox.
Okay, I want to stay on the YB BIP model that you were discussing in your direct. Would you please go to your direct testimony T12 at page 6?
Okay, I'm there.
Towards the end, lines 11 to 16. I'm going to read that out loud and please let me know if I get this right. YB BIP JCOS is used for two primary purposes. A, to allocate the company's operating expenses and its rate base between regulated and unregulated cargo shipments for purposes of calculating the company's proposed revenue requirement. And B, to support the company's rate design proposal, the proportion of which is aimed at bringing certain cargo-specific rates closer to compensatory levels. Did I get that right?
Perfect.
Thank you. see. So just in a general sense, I think some questions were deferred to you from witness Nakagawa yesterday that you could speak to the division of tugs and barge into rate base according to regulated and unregulated cargo. I think you already started doing that, but just to check, you can speak to that.
I can.
Okay, thank you. However, witness Kishimoto earlier today, she already gave a figure of about 45%, I think it was, for the value of the tugs and barges goes into regulated rate base. Is that accurate to your knowledge?
It is. If you look at vessels in totality, it's just a little bit less than 45%, 44.78 or something like that.
Can you also say about what percentage of the value of all of YB's assets are assigned to YB's regulated rate base?
Specific to rate base as opposed to operating expenses?
Yeah. Do you know how much of their assets go into rate base, into the regulated rate base?
I don't have that broad figure
Okay.
because it's done equipment piece by equipment piece.
Okay.
So a 40-ton lift is going to have a different allocation factor than, say, the vessel.
Mhm.
I don't know off the top of my head what the overall
Okay.
amalgamation of that is.
Do you know if it would probably be totaled up or totalable in Exhibit 301 or Schedule G, especially G12, which you mentioned?
You should be able to, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I wanted to go to your rebuttal testimony, pages 4 to 11. Let's see. That is RT7, pages 4 to 11. Okay, is this your section describing what you call an increasing cost industry?
It is.
Do you think that YB has agency and ability to make changes within this environment?
Yes.
The witness just answered.
So,
Okay. Okay. About LCL rates. Actually, do you know about LCL volumes? I think some questions were deferred to you from witnesses Martin and Nakagawa about that.
I do.
Thank you.
I tried to jot those down and I have some numerical answers, but if not, I can give you directional.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you know on a whether it's a monthly basis or an annual basis about how much of LCO cargo volumes are agricultural versus non-agricultural?
I did write that one down. I did an analysis in relation to a data request response, and I can't remember the number of it, but it used, the reason I say that is because we used 2024 data. Your question was the percentage of agricultural discounts that are LCL?
The percentage of LCO cargo that is agricultural in nature. If agricultural discounts are the best proxy for what is classified as agricultural cargo, then please give that. But if you know if YB classifies cargo as agricultural or non-agricultural, regardless of the discount, because it sounds like there is some dispute about some agricultural products, whether they get the discount or not.
I understand the distinction
Yeah.
you're making. Okay, so the percentage of LCL cargo by volume that gets the ag discount I calculated yesterday is 7.1%.
7.1%. Would you know about, not just based on the discount, but including agricultural products that might not be getting the discount?
I don't know that
Okay.
because the data set I have are the commodity codes, and commodity codes basically identify each type of cargo in the system's operation. So the data I have is by commodity code, and it's either receives the discount or it doesn't, and that's how I interpreted agricultural.
Then let me just check. Do you know of any commodity codes for things that don't get the agricultural discount, but someone might think of? And yes, I know you can object, but if you want to answer,
It's speculation.
Do you want to finish your, I don't,
I mean, the question is, some products that you might think are agricultural, even if they do not get the agricultural discount, do you know about how much percentage of LCL they might make up?
Same objection.
it's just not my area of expertise to know what's agricultural and what isn't.
Sure,
I don't have an opinion.
sure. Would you please look at page 14 of your rebuttal testimony? RT7.
I'm there.
If you look at the Q&A at the bottom for section 5 rate design, I'm going to paraphrase this one, but please tell me if you think it's accurate. You're saying are Dr. Pavlovic's rate design proposals and your own similar, and you say yes.
That's a fair reading, yes.
But they are not the same, correct?
No, they're not exactly the same. That's true.
Would you say that Dr. Pavlovic is recommending a lower increase in the LCL rate than you are?
Yeah, I think there are two primary differences between Dr. Pavlovic's proposal and mine as it relates to rate design. One of those is he uses the consumer advocate's lower revenue requirement, right? So he's going to have less revenue to try and achieve through an increase. And then his proposed increase, putting that aside, his proposed increases, he only has really two differences, LCL versus everything else, and mine is more granular.
Okay. Comparatively to Dr. Pavlovic's proposal, would your higher LCL level, do you think it'd still be priced competitively compared to consolidators and freight forwarders, if you know that?
I think it will be, yes. And I think I do know that. We had done some analysis of prices in the market. And I think we've talked a lot about LCL, but I think it's important to remember that LCL has two primary components, right? It has taking products that are not containerized or not consolidated and consolidating them. And then once consolidated, shipping them to a neighbor island, right? And so I think what we've said is that or the position I've taken is that the notion, the process of taking product and putting it in a container or consolidating it in some other fashion really is not a monopoly function. There's no barriers to entry for anybody to do that. And in fact, there are freight forwarders who compete for that aspect of the business. And so when we talk about LCL, I think it's important to keep those two in mind. It's the consolidation function and then the shipping function. And I don't think we've ever argued that once it's consolidated, that YB, to the extent YB carries it, it should carry it at the rates of a consolidated piece of cargo. So when we talk about the price competitive nature of LCL, we're really just talking about that consolidation piece, because those are the competitors that are out there, the freight forwarders. And from that perspective, I do believe these increases will still keep us in that range.
You just mentioned that you had done some analysis of prices in the market. Is that in the record currently? Or where could we find that?
The reason I'm hesitating is because I know it was used to educate the business plan. And I just can't remember whether they provided that analysis entirely as a result of the business plan. But we had done that analysis a few years ago. We didn't do it at a level that I would say is court ready per se. We had done sort of we tried to get a sense of what the market was, and we did a number of, we sort of went out and said, and asked various carriers what it would take to consolidate and ship things. And we were understanding that the current LCL rates for YB were notably below what you would pay if you went to a freight consolidator, even considering that in that middle leg, you would have to use YB.
Do you know who might be sure if that did make it into some part of the business plan, and if so, where in the business plan it might be?
I know some of the discussion of it is in the business plan. I can confirm that for you. I guess what I was talking about was whether the analysis itself
Mhm.
that supported it got into the record, and I don't know. One of the attorneys should probably know what's in the record or not. I just
Okay.
don't.
Thank you. Are you worried at all that a comparatively higher LCL rate might hurt small neighbor island businesses?
Sure. YB's primary sort of business model is to serve the neighbor islands, right? It gets some component of the shipments from the continental United States to those neighbor islands, but it's really Honolulu to the neighbor islands, which are the core of its business. So the more businesses on neighbor islands, the more business YB will do, I think is a reasonable assumption. So of course, you do not want to diminish business on the neighbor islands. Nobody wins by that.
Yeah. Thank you. Would you please turn back to your direct testimony at page 44?
Yes.
Give me a second. Here we are. And if you look at lines 13 through 16, I'm just going to read this sentence. I used the same basic mathematical formula and Dr. Ankom's various product-specific PED factors to derive the expected revenue from each of the 11 rate design proposals I described above. Is PED in that sentence used for price elasticity of demand?
It is.
Thank you. And is the table number 6 just above an example of a price elasticity adjustment to your rate design?
It is. I did it specific to, I think that's automobiles. Yes, automobiles.
Yes. And conceptually, is that to cover projected revenue shortfall from the price increases, from decreased cargo volumes?
I think I'd say it differently.
Please.
I think I would say that at its base level, price elasticity of demand is defined as a percentage change in quantity given a percentage change in price, right?
Mhm.
But in terms of rate making, we have a target revenue requirement. So we know we need to get, and let's just use $100. So if we had 10 units at $10 a piece, but we knew that if we increased those, we probably wouldn't get those 10 units. Then we need to have a little bit higher price increase to achieve our target revenue. That's the notion, that it's intended to ensure that we hit our target revenue amount.
Okay. What do you think would happen if at that adjusted rate, cargo volumes do not fall as, or at least to the extent that Dr. Ankom's model predicts?
Your question is the price elasticity demand factor that Dr. Ankom calculated is wrong, and is wrong in relation to it overestimates the drop in quantity. That's your question?
Yes.
In that circumstance, then the target we were trying to achieve, we'd overhit it. The same is true if he's wrong and it's too low. We don't hit it either way. We need to get the PED right, which is why he did the multivariable regressions that he did and spent so much time on.
Would you support an annual cargo volume comparison to Dr. Ankom's projections and a refund if cargo volumes are falling less than his model predicted?
Your question is, would I support? Because I obviously don't get to make that decision. I guess the best way I can answer that is to the extent they were too low and there was an adjustment, and then the extent that they were too high, there was an adjustment, it would make more sense to me. It couldn't be one way. but the intent is to get the number right. So I'd be in favor of anything that gets that number right.
Let's see, would you please turn to page 45 in your direct testimony? So at lines 10 to 12, it reads, in a perfect world, regulated rates would be constantly updated in line with changes in the overall expenses incurred and capital deployed by the utility and day-to-day operation, i.e. regulatory lag equals 0. Correct?
True.
Don't you think that regulated utilities need to justify their rates to state regulatory bodies?
Yes, and I'm not sure that's inconsistent with this sentence.
Okay. Where in the sentence does it talk about the burden to justify rates?
Well, it simply says that in a perfect world, regulated rates would be constantly updated. It doesn't say about what process,
Okay.
right? So if that process is the process of, and again, we're talking about a hypothetical, but to the extent there was some process which by regulators could more consistently and perhaps in real time update rates, that would be beneficial to everybody.
Okay. With a wiki, do you think that would relieve Young Brothers of its burden of proving a portion of its requested rate increases?
I don't want to get outside of my area of expertise, and the burden of proof is right there on the edge of that for sure.
Objection, legal conclusion.
Okay. I don't want to push you into an inappropriate.
Yeah,
area.
I'd rather not talk about burden of proof. It's not my area of expertise.
Sure. Dr. Valadson testified earlier that approval of a wiki would have no impact on YB's systemic risk. Do you agree with that?
I believe she was talking about the risk in the capital markets and the relative risk, which is generally identified as beta between comparables in that market. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. If the PUC were inclined to approve a tier 1 wiki, would you support a decrease in YB's requested ROE to account for decreased risk in the capital markets?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
How so?
Are you asking me to argue?
Mr. Knox, if you can rephrase it so it, I mean, yeah, you're right on the edge on that one, I think.
Okay.
I mean, right, Mr. Starkey is here as
Mhm.
the person who, right, develops the rates and the
Mhm.
like and looks at that. So we stay
Okay.
away from any legal conclusions, but if you want to
Okay.
get into how it might impact the rates.
Okay. If the PUC were inclined to approve a tier 1 wiki, would you revise your proposed rate designs down?
No.
Why not?
The wiki would go into effect, as I understand it, under our proposal. The wiki would go into effect in a future period. It would go into effect after this rate case, with this rate case set on a test year 2025 basis.
Mhm.
The notion of the wiki is that it would allow for additional recovery between rate cases to account for general inflation. So we'd be setting, my proposed rate design in this case would set rates that would recover the 2025 test year amount. The time between those rates, when those rates went into effect, and then the wiki was included, the purpose of the wiki would be to include the additional inflationary pressure since that time. So the two would be cumulative, and sequential, not substitutable.
Thank you. Last couple questions. Did you sponsor the response to CAIR 166 about competition?
I think so. Oh, I attached it to my rebuttal testimony, didn't I? Yes.
Do you think that a full market study would be a good investment for YB to understand its competitors and revenue opportunities?
I've heard the term market study tossed about a little bit. And understanding your competitors in the market and where you fit and how your products relate is always good information. So to the extent you can get additional insight into that, absolutely. Do you have to weigh the cost of it? Of course. Do you have to sort of understand what available data sources? I can tell you that we look for that data all the time. And in fact, what I have in response to CAIR 166 is some of the information that we track. So we do some of that analysis for them when we can find public data. Could more be done? Sure. And I think the more data you have, the better. That's my general perception but you have to understand what the cost of it is.
Okay. I think this is my last question for now. Could you please turn to page 48 of your direct testimony?
Okay.
You see table number 7?
I do.
I noticed that the x-axis starts on September 2021. There was a 46% emergency rate increase granted in mid-2020. What would this graph look like if it had started, say, at the beginning of 2020 and included that increase?
Well, it does include that increase, right? Because that increase was still in effect during this period, September 21. And if I'm working from memory, but I believe the reason we started at September 21 is because that's when we started providing the enhanced monthly reporting required by the commission after the management audit.
Okay.
So that's why we started there. I believe in my testimony in 2019-0117, when we were looking to close out that docket,
Yep.
I did a longer term time series that included those, what we called time periods 1, 2, and 3, which were basically 2020 to 2021, which were basically September 20 to September 2021, and then the 2-year, 12-month periods after that. So I know what it looks like. I just don't remember off the top of my head exactly, but we have those figures. They were in testimony.
Do you remember, were those filed?
Yeah, I believe they were in my testimony in the closeout phase of 2019-0117.
Thank you.
You're
No
welcome.
further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Starkey. Earlier, you, on direct examination by YB's counsel, you referenced charter sailings versus non-charter sailings, correct?
I did.
I'd like to understand the difference between the two. Please explain.
I know there's a legal difference, but from my understanding, and I've worked with them quite a bit, is that a charter sailing represents when a single party, and again, don't hold me to this as a legal definition, but my understanding is that it's when a single party charters a vessel, a tug and barge, to carry via contract to carry its cargo to a certain location, to a certain sailing, compared to a sailing where you might have the cargo of 100 or 1,000 different customers through the public tariff or through another CCA, a connecting carrier agreement. So it's basically a sole user, a sole shipper, shipping something using YB's vessels.
So when you reference non-charter sailing, those vessels that provide non-charter sailings can include regulated and non-regulated cargo, correct?
Was your question specific to non-charter sailings?
Yes.
Yeah, non-charter sailings will include both regulated and unregulated cargo. That's true.
Thanks. Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to the Cola Milk Run. Let's look at your response to PUC IR 5. Please let me know when you have that in front of you.
believe this is one for which we had an errata. I just want to make sure I get the right one. Okay, I think I'm on the right page.
Does the errata affect, because I'm looking at page 2, and I'm looking at table 1, and then I also have a question about table 2 on page 5. Does the errata affect table 1 and table 2?
Table 2, page 5. Let me just make sure what I have here in front of me.
Sure, of course, take your time.
I think I don't have the errata in front of me.
Chair, just to clarify, the errata only affected the attachment to PUC IR response 5, but the actual response itself is the same.
That's true, but it will impact the table is the issue.
Okay, but you did not submit a revised table to your knowledge, correct?
I did. It looks like this. It looks like that, only it's got just a little bit different information.
And that's in the record. You say, when was that filed? Do you know?
Not long after the original was filed. But I think
We should have.
I don't want to make this more complicated than.
Yeah, and I just want to caution the table and that attachment was filed under confidential protection.
Okay. Okay, that's fine though. I still can ask you about these tables, which are not filed confidentially. And with the caveat that I understand some of the figures may have changed, right,
Okay.
due to errata. But
right,
I just
thank
wanted to kind of generally understand what these tables say.
I'm sorry to complicate that. Thank you.
No, since you're the expert, I just have basic questions. So let's look at table 1, please. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
What does table 1 show?
So the question asked us, part of the question was, could you, and I'm paraphrasing broadly, but could you save some money by not sailing or by changing a sailing? And so the purpose of the response is to say that the benefit of sailing or not sailing is more than just do you decrease costs. You also have to take into effect the extent to which you might lose revenue. And it's really the margin of a sailing that matters when you're making that decision, right? And so what we did is we used YB-BIP, and each of the company's 11 regulated, well, really 22 regulated sailings, and we provided the gross margin associated with each of those. So table 1 is the rows are basically the various types of expenses. The columns are the various sailings. And then at the very bottom is sort of a calculation of the gross margin associated with that so that we could identify which sailings you should be looking at if you're thinking about changing the sailing schedule.
So thank you. That's helpful. Do you recall Ms. Kishimoto testifying today suggesting that I ask you some questions I have about the Kaholo auto sailings?
I do.
So I'd like to ask you a question about that. So I'm still looking at table 1, and I'm looking at the gross margin row. And can you please tell me where and which column in this table, if any, reflects the gross margin for Kaholo auto sailings?
So it's in the other category at the very end, at the very right side of the table. So as I was saying earlier, YB-BIP looks at each sailing. It says, okay, this is the Hilo number 1. It's leaving on I think it's a Tuesday out of Honolulu. It's heading over to Hilo and then it heads back. So we capture that time, we capture that expense. The Kaholo runs on a non-regulated schedule. And so it falls outside of those 11 regulated schedules or scheduled sailings. And so we capture it in the other category. Now you'll remember YB-BIP was built before the Kaholo started to sail. So the other category is not specific to the Kaholo. It also includes things like anything outside of the regular sailing schedule. So it'll include those situations where they have to take the boats out to the open ocean to protect them in a hurricane. And so the other category isn't a perfect depiction of the Kaholo, but the majority of almost all the revenue in there is Kaholo revenue and a good portion of the cost. So it's a good directional indication for the gross margin attributes of the cargo Kaholo run.
Okay, so basically, are you saying that the gross margin for the Koholo Auto Savings is positive?
It was, yes.
And I understand that this figure may be subject to change due to errata, but for now, I'm just going to use the figure that's the gross margin in the other column, which is,
I think maybe these numbers, this is not a confidential table?
no,
Okay,
it's not
sorry.
based on,
Sorry.
yeah, but thanks for checking. So the 5,716,145 gross margin for other, do you see that entry?
I do.
So are you able to tell me what amount in there is due to the Koholo auto sailing?
Not as a percentage. I could with more time, likely, because we could go into each of the individual sailings, and I could tell you when the cargo Kaholo sailed. We'll know that barge when it sailed. But off the top of my head, I can't. I can tell you it's a very large percentage. I would think it's in the high 80s to low 90s, maybe, percent.
Okay, thank you. So let's look at the other sailings identified in the columns other than other. Do these figures in these other columns reflect any incremental changes to these line items as a result of the Koholo auto sailings?
So this table was run with all 2024 data. So yes, to the extent a car absent the Kaholo would have gone on a different barge, say the Hilo #1 route, the fact that it wasn't there is in this data, and the fact that it's on the Kaholo is in this data. So there is an interdependence between the Kaholo and the other columns, yes.
And then I'd like to look at table 2, please.
Okay,
Are you at that table?
I am.
Okay. Could you please explain to me how table 2 differs from table 1?
Yes. Trying to get back to the question to make sure, put it in context. Table 2 was our best effort at identifying those costs that could be avoided by not sailing. In economics, we'd refer to that sort of as an incremental cost notion or a variable cost notion, right? Because to the extent you have fixed costs associated with these sailings, whether you sailed or not, you still have those fixed costs. And so you have to take that into consideration. But if we were just looking at the incremental costs, which is useful for sort of longer term planning to where those costs, those fixed costs may become variable or where you can drive them toward variable, we provided this table to sort of do our best guess isn't the right word, do a best analysis to identify what's the incremental cost for each one of these sailings to, again, get to the decision, help provide data that might be the decision, should you sail or not on these sailings. So table 2 is basically table 1 with additional analysis at the bottom, which provides that sort of incremental cost look.
Okay, thank you. I'm still on your response to PUCYBIR 5, and I'd like to ask you, do you recall Ms. Kishimoto testifying that the financial effects of the introduction of the new barges Naulu and Kalohi can be found in response to YBIR 5?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Are the incremental revenue and incremental costs associated with the Naulu and Kalohi reflected anywhere in your response?
Yes, they are. To the extent those two barges were in service during this period, 2024, then the costs associated with them would be in here. Now, they're not isolated. So I can't point to a number and say that's one of those barges or the other. I was listening to Ms. Kishimoto, and I don't want to interpret what she said, but what I understood was she was describing the extent to which her concern that we wouldn't have been able to generate these revenues absent the deployment of those two barges, that the revenue line would have been at risk absent those two barges, and we wouldn't have had potentially the same revenue line in this table or in this response, but for the deployment of those two barges.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a fair interpretation of what her answer was, but that's the way I took it.
Can you isolate it, the effect of deploying those two barges?
Not from this table. We could. That analysis could be done. There's a lot of interdependence in the vessel fleet, so it would, I don't know that I could give you an action plan right now, but I'm certain it could be done.
Thank you. So when you said the incremental costs and revenue associated with the Naulu and Kolohi are reflected here, by here, what did you mean? Did you mean the tables 1 and 2?
I did in this
Okay.
response. So they were in service during this period, and so the expenses associated with them will definitely be in these tables.
And just since you're the expert, I have to ask, looking at table 1, can you give me an example of a line item or somewhere in the column that would show, reflect or include the incremental revenue or incremental costs associated with either Naulu or Kolohi?
Yes, line 5, and I apologize, my version is very small. Line 5 is depreciation, right? So the extent to which those assets are in service, the depreciation associated with them will be captured in line 5. The crews, well, you asked about the asset, not the operating expense. So that's where you'll find the expenses or the cost associated with the assets.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'd like to, we're done with that response for now. And then I'd like to talk to you, earlier you discussed the YB's bit model, correct?
I did.
So how does the bit model allocate the labor expenses associated with overtime hours between regulated and non-regulated operations?
So we kind of have to start with how it does labor to get there. YB BIP, within YB BIP is a report called the Cargo Handling Master Sheet. And it takes every employee that is assigned a position on the dock, on the shoreside operation. It assigns them to where they'll be for that given day. We use the schedules and the minimum manning guidelines from the CBA. And so there's 2 barge teams every day. There's a team at the mix lot. There's a team at the auto lot. We know how many people are being assigned there, and we know whether they are a machine operator 1 or whether they're a freight clerk 3. And so we take all of those people, we know what they're paid, and then we assign them to those portions of the yard where they're working. So, for example, the auto lot, they just handle autos. And so the costs associated with those employees are assigned to automobiles. We then know how many of those automobiles are, the shipment is purchased under the public tariff versus the portion that's shipped under a CCA or some other contract. And so we then allocate their time to the auto yard and then allocate it to the volume of cars that are regulated or unregulated in that regard. Overtime, as it's incurred, is incurred by those same employees that are in that master sheet. And so to the extent those employees in the auto yard are incurring a certain amount of overtime, that overtime gets associated to the auto lot and then gets associated to the reg or unreg, depending upon how many autos we shipped. So that process works its way through all of those different parts of the yard, all the way from sort of total gross wages, all the way down to the percentage or the dollar amount of those wages to an individual car or unit.
Okay, you might have already answered this, but I have to ask, just make sure I understand you. Other than using the bit model, is it possible to allocate the labor expenses associated with overtime hours based on the relative amount of time YB employees handle regulated versus unregulated cargo?
I mean, anything's possible. I don't think so, because that's exactly what YB-BIP is meant to do. And so we've spent years and a lot of your time and our time and the CA's time and the independent observer's time sort of refining that. So that is the best source. Is it possible to do it some other way? Sure, but I think that's the best source.
Okay. Do you know why the BIP model doesn't allocate overtime labor expenses this way?
It does. I mean,
Right.
I think it does.
Now my next question is it possible to allocate the labor expenses associated with overtime hours based on the relative volumes of regulated versus unregulated? But I think you answered that, right? Because you talked
I
about
did.
the
That is
volume.
how it does it.
Right. So to the extent not already provided, and I'm still trying to play catch up here, are you aware if YB currently keeps track of how much OT labor expenses due to handling regulated versus non-regulated cargo?
Just through that process that I just described. And really, I can't imagine any other way you would do it, right? Because you've got autos in the yard that need to get on, staying with our auto example, you've got autos in the yard that need to get processed and then onto the barge. And if that's after hours, there's a combination of reg and unreg autos. And so the same crew is working both. The model simply looks to see what percentage of the total was reg and unreg, and to the extent there's overtime because it was done after hours, it allocates that amount. So I feel pretty comfortable that we're doing that in a way, as I said earlier, that doesn't allow unreg to subsidize reg or vice versa.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to YB response to PUC YB IR 22. Please take your time and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, I'm going to read aloud the question. We're looking at subsection A. The question asks, what amount of rate increase would general LCL cargo require in order for YB to break even on this cargo type? Do you see that?
I do.
And then the response says, I'm not going to look at the first, I'm not going to read aloud the first sentence. I'm going to just read aloud the second sentence.
Okay.
As a result, the company would need to increase LCL rates necessary to generate an additional 29,297,664 to recover the totality of its fully allocated costs, an amount equal to 113% of its current LCL revenue. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know if YB's requested LCL cargo rate increase is 113%?
I know that it's not. It's notably lower than that.
What is the amount?
It varies depending upon the type of LCL. Let me just give you, it's in my testimony. Well, you know what? It's an exhibit to my testimony. Sorry, one second.
Please take your time.
You know what? It's changed. I was looking for my direct. It's actually changed in my rebuttal because, so let me just point to the rebuttal testimony at page 32 of the rebuttal. There's figure 4.
Okay, now you have to wait for me to catch
Okay,
up.
that's fair.
What was the page you said?
Page 32
Okay, hold on.
of the rebuttal.
Okay, yes, I'm on page 32.
Okay. So you see figure 4,
Yes.
we differentiate the proposed rate increase for LCL in a couple of different ways. We do it by the size. We try to have a higher increase for smaller packages. Larger packages are more efficiently transported. And then also the extent to which they are dry, which really means unrefrigerated, and then refrigerated because there's additional assets and time and expense associated with keeping the cold chain and refrigerated products. So lines 1 and 2 in table 4 provide the smaller than pallet proposal, and then broken down between dry and reefer. And then if you go to the bottom lines 9 and 10, those are our proposals related to pallet size or larger. So those are the percentage increases that we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. Do you know why YB's proposed LCL cargo rate increase is not equal to 113% increase?
In my testimony, I try to describe a little of that. I think, and this is from my conversations with YB, is that they understand, these kinds of transformation, I think is the word they've been using, and I think it's in the business plan. They take time. There's rate shock if you try to do it all at once. And so I think the intent is that we would do this over time to allow the market to adjust. Because one of the things the market needs to be able to do is people need to be able to see price signals so they can react. They can say, you know what, rather than take a couple of boxes down to YB and have it ship it, I'm going to take it to a freight forwarder and I'm going to have them put it in a container for me and pay a lower rate. So you need time for the market to sort of shift and substitute alternatives. And I think that's the intent. The intent is to do it in stages rather than just one lump sum fell swoop.
Is that something, in your opinion, YB can afford to do now, given its financial situation?
Answer that two ways. One, the revenue requirement, my revenue requirement design on page 32 hits our target revenue requirement. So to the extent the commission adopts these proposed rate increases, the company should, if we forecast it and everything's gone right, should hit its authorized rate of return or have an opportunity at least for its authorized rate of return under this proposal. So it's not necessarily an issue of afford. It's an issue of prioritization, I think. And so I guess the question is, because we didn't jump all the way to the 113%, containers are getting a little higher increase than they otherwise would in this proposal. So it's not an issue of affordability, it's an issue of prioritization. Can we, and I guess we could say, can we afford to raise that extra increment on containers and not raise LCL all the way up? I think the company in supporting this rate design proposal has thought, yes, that the time necessary for the market to react is important enough that it would prioritize those rate design proposals.
So just so I understand, and I'm still looking at figure 4, the proposed rate increase to the LCL cargo rates, since they're not at 113% currently, it would mean other customers would be bearing the burden of paying that difference. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's unavoidable. That's true.
Okay, thank you. When I look at the LCL cargo rate increases, I have a few questions because earlier you talked to Mr. Knox about the price elasticity of demand, correct?
It's a mouthful. Yes, I did.
So, and pardon me if I missed it somewhere in your testimony, but are you able to tell how much customer demand may decrease if you increase your LCL rates?
Yes. It's exhibit. We do all the math in exhibit. YBRT 701. And
RT, you said?
my rebuttal.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's a revised version of
Oh.
something I did also in my direct, but
Okay,
701.
yeah, let me,
It's going to,
oh, I see.
you're
Page
going to need the Excel spreadsheet if you're going to look at the math, unfortunately.
Oh, well, currently I only have the PDF, but let's see if I need Excel. Well, I'll just use that for now. I'm
Okay.
looking at page 1 of 1. It says TY 2025 rate design revised per YBRT 7. Let me know if that's a correct document. Please take your time.
That's the same one. 701. Yeah, so the PDF version of YBRT 701 is really just a more detailed version of that table we just talked through. In the Excel spreadsheet behind this is all the math that goes into it. And what's there, what you'll find is that I've taken Dr. Ankom's price elasticity of demand factors, and I've applied them to the incremental increase in revenue to understand what. So if we needed $10, as we were talking about earlier, if we needed $10 extra on $100, we wouldn't just increase it by 10%. We'd increase it by around 11-12%. So that's what 1201 does, is it takes for each one of those categories, each of those 6 categories Dr. Ankom talked about, where he ran an individual price elasticity of demand analysis, and it applies those factors so that we understand what the percentage increase must be for us to achieve our target revenue.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding from my discussion with Mr. Ankom or Dr. Ankom was that when he was describing the price elasticity or PED, price elasticity demand or PED, he said that LCL cargo was not specifically broken out, correct?
Yes, but he did say that, and he's generally right. But one of the categories, it's broken into 2 places. So he described 6 categories. I'm trying to see if I have those somewhere we can look at. If you give me just a second. So there are about 130 commodity codes in YB's system that identifies really precisely every type of cargo they ship. Livestock, 20-foot container, all of those things. Those are broken, those are then aggregated into various levels of aggregation. And there is a level called the cargo type, which is 6. It breaks them into 6 categories. Those 6 categories is what Dr. Ankom used. 2 of those 6 categories, one of them is dry general cargo, and the other is, I believe it's called reefer general cargo. Anything that's general cargo is basically going to be LCL. Now, there are a couple of exceptions in there because I guess that defines the rule. But there are going to be a couple of exceptions in there. But for the most part, if you want to understand Dr. Ankom's price elasticity of demand recommendation with respect to LCL, you'll find it in the dry general cargo and the reefer general cargo.
Oh, so in both of those?
Yes, because it breaks it up between reefer and dry, because LCL has both.
Okay. Thanks for the information. I'm going to kind of take a quick look at what he said yesterday. Pardon me. So, I know you don't have it in front of you, but I'm hoping I could ask you this, but if you need time to look at it. So, dry general cargo and reefer general cargo, you said LCL can be contained in both of those categories, correct?
The majority of both of those categories will be LCL, yes.
Majority.
And that will be all of LCL. It won't be anywhere else.
Okay, and for the dry general cargo, I'm not asking you to confirm what it says because I don't expect you to memorize it. For the dry general cargo in his table 3 on page 49 of YBT 13, it says regarding the PET for dry general cargo, it's negative 0.5171. And for the reefer general cargo, it's negative 0.5320. And my question is, what does that mean?
So that's a great question. And I think the easiest way to explain it is to go back to my direct testimony. Back to something we saw earlier, which was that auto example.
Okay. Are we looking at RT or DT?
YBT 12 at
Okay.
page 44, table 6.
Okay. Hold on one second. Page. Okay,
All right.
I'm there.
Okay. So we'll just walk you left to right through the table. This is
Perfect.
doing what you just asked really, but for autos.
Okay,
So we had budgeted revenue in 2025, let's call it $10.9 million for autos. If we were going to increase auto rates by 30%, which is in column B, then we would expect, absent any price elasticity of demand effects, 30% of that 10.9 million, which is the 3.283 in column C. Dr. Ankam, however, has calculated an adjustment factor of minus 11.54%, which tells us that, and the PED is applied only to the incremental increase, right? Because parties are currently paying the current rates. It's the marginal change that they're interested in. And so that minus 11.54 is calculated by times the additional revenue increase and thereby adjusted downward to the 2.9 million. So about $300,000 difference, doing math on top of the fly, about $300,000 difference. So if we just put in the 30% increase, we would only expect a 26.54% revenue increase. That's how the price elasticity of demand works. And in that exhibit I mentioned earlier, with the Excel file, it's done. That's done for every single thing, every single rate element that we propose a change.
okay, so I'm just gonna recap it for lay
Okay.
folks like me.
Okay.
So looking at table 6, if we didn't include the PED, looks like the additional revenue would be the 3289924, but you take into account the PED, which incorporates the fact that if you increase certain charges, you may lose some demand from the customers, then the actual revenue is more likely to be 2904959.
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful. So
Do you mind if I add one caveat?
yeah, feel free to finish. Yeah.
You did that perfectly, but I just want to add one caveat. When we say that we're going to, and I think the word you used was lose certain demand,
Mhm.
we also have to consider that it might just be the substitution effect, that it moves from LCL to container cargo. So we don't necessarily lose that cargo. And in some ways, that's what we're hoping for, is that we are able, these price signals move shippers to more efficient means. And so price elasticity of demand has at least 3 major factors, one of which is competitive loss. Like if you raise your price, somebody goes somewhere else. The other is this substitution effect, where they choose something else, and that might be something else from you, right? Like if you raise the price of a Honda Accord, you might choose to buy a Civic instead. And then the third basically is suppression. Somebody who might have shipped won't ship. But it's all 3 of those aspects that really capture the price elasticity of demand.
Okay, that's actually very helpful. So when you talked about the possibility for an increase in the LCL rates, that may induce some customers to use the containerized cargo option instead of the LCL. Do you know what, if there's a sweet spot as to what that number would be to incentivize a certain percentage of customers?
I don't. The only way to do that is sort of by data testing. And so you've got to kind of change prices, understand what happened, change prices again, understand what happened. So you have to sort of data test that process. Unfortunately, math will get you close, but it's really more of a modeling exercise.
Okay. And then when you discuss competitive loss, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought some of the freight forwarder charges were not disclosed to YB, so you folks don't know those figures. Is that correct?
We did an analysis. I know some of them, but it's not just whether something went to a freight forwarder or not, right? It's if you were deciding to ship something from Honolulu to Maui, as an example, you have it in your house. But you decide, you know what, rather than do that because of this cost, I'm just going to order it on Amazon and have it shipped over there directly, and I'm going to get it 2 days later or 3 days later. So it's not just competition from somebody else who's doing exactly what you are. There's also intermodal competition associated with how it can get there.
Got it. Is there a way, only if it's within your own knowledge, is there a way to keep track of that type of competition?
Yes, imperfectly, right? Because you're always going to have imperfect data because your competitors don't want you to have it. But yes, there are market analysis that goes on like that. And like I said, we've been trying to gather as much of that as we can. The data is hard to get publicly.
Okay, so to your knowledge, YB has been keeping track of competition?
Yes, of course. I know Mr. Kayatoki keeps his ear to the ground, for lack of a better way to say that, to understand what else is going on in the marketplace. We track whatever data sources we can that are publicly available, including the cargo in and out of the islands that the state of Hawaii keeps track of. So there's a lot of data analysis that goes on. It's difficult to find a good public data set that gives you real insights. So that's the current struggle.
Do you have that information available?
In CAIR 166, I think, which I included with my rebuttal, I provided some of that data, and then provided kind of a narrative to put it in context. So yeah, I think there is some of that in the record. Yes.
Okay, and then just briefly going back to the Excel spreadsheet. So if I knew what I were doing and I would use that Excel spreadsheet, then is it possible for me to consider, among other things, the PED and then run various scenarios if I were to increase LCL by X%, right? Like maybe 70% as opposed to 30%. Can I kind of run those figures and kind of have an idea as to what the revenue adjusted PED adjusted revenue would be, additional revenue would be?
Yes, it ought to do it for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then, oh, Mr. Starkey, do you know how many employees at YB are involved with processing only LCL shipments?
I think it's not going to be an employee by employee basis. I think I talked about that cargo handling sheet a while ago. There are certain parts of the yard, the port, where only LCL is processed. And so there's the pallet yard, there's the ice house, there's the mix lot. So I can tell you from the cargo handling sheet how many employees on a given day are assigned to those, but that's only going to tell you the consolidation function, right? All employees that are doing customer service and documentation handle all products, right? When you come in to ship something or somebody comes in to ship a container, it's the same clerks that are going to do the bill of lading and that type of thing. And likewise, those two barge teams are going to get everything on and off the barge, whether it's LCL. But at that point, it'll be consolidated. It'll be in a container. So I can tell you on a daily basis, not which employees, but how many are in those sections of the yard and how much it costs to have them there.
Okay, can I have that figure if you have that handy? No worries if you don't.
I don't have it off the top of my head.
No worries if you don't memorize that.
We can pull that out of YB-BIP. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, oh, that's fair. Okay, so I like to direct your attention to YB response to PUC YB IR 22. Let me know when you're there. I'm looking at subsection E and we can start with a question.
Okay. Okay, I'm there. Did you say section B?
Subsection E, please.
E. Okay.
Oh, okay, actually, sorry. I have to start at subsection D.
D.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me look at I'm going to read aloud the question, subsection D. For context.
Yeah.
Question is, all right, take your time. Please let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, the question asks in subsection D, could an increase in LCL cargo rates help offset a GRI or general rate increase so that the companies benefiting from the IAPD discount pay the same rate they were paying at the time YB filed this application? Please explain in detail, including various scenarios as to the specific rate increase and how each increase could result in a partial offset and then complete offset. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then let's move to the response in subsection D. And please let me know when you're there. It's on
I'm-
page 4 or 5.
I'm there. I've looked it over.
Okay, so I'm going to read it aloud.
Okay.
The majority, approximately 60% of the IAPD is currently applied to LCL shipments. Hence, increasing LCL cargo rates to offset a GRI could not result in most companies benefiting from the IAPD discount, paying the same rate they were paying at the time YB filed its application, unless the IAPD discount were increased accordingly. With this in mind, any scenario intended to allow companies currently enjoying the IAPD discount to pay the same rates they paid prior to the application would require direct increase in the IAPD discount for those LCL commodity codes targeted to that intent. Do you see that?
I do.
How much would the IAPD discount need to increase to offset YB's requested LCL rate increase?
To keep them where they were
Correct, at this time of filing the application.
by the amount of the increase, I think, right? And if I'm understanding the question correctly.
Right, so the corresponding, can you give me an example? One of the, we said there's various LCL cargo rate
Right,
increases,
right.
so can
So-
you just choose one?
Sure. So I think dry LCL pallet, I think is 30%.
Uh-huh.
Off of memory, if you're okay, I can
Right.
go look it up, but I think it's
No,
30%.
it's okay, because
Okay.
it is really more for like an example.
Okay,
right?
so I think the dry pallet percentage increase proposed is 30%. So to keep an agricultural customer who used a dry pallet where they were at the time we filed, if you increase the LCL rate by the 30%, you'd need to discount it by the same 30% to bring them back to where they were, if I'm understanding the question
Right.
correctly.
Right, makes sense. Then I would like to direct your attention to subsection E, please, right below.
Okay.
The response to subsection D. I'll read the question for context. So let me just go back to E. Let me know when you're there for the question.
I'm there.
If an increase in LCL cargo rates could help offset a GRI for IAPD customers, and YB were to evenly spread the general LCL cargo increase over 2 steps, with the first step right after any GRI approval and a second step a year thereafter, please provide the percentage increase at each step. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and then I'd like to direct your attention to the response subsection E, and that's on page 4 or 5. Are you there yet?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start. It states on the first line, halfway down the first line, an increase in LCL cargo rates designed to offset a GRI would necessarily raise the LCL rates that govern the majority of IAPD shipments. Accordingly, the only means of limiting the rate impact on customers benefiting from the IAPD cross subsidy under YB's current rate structure would be to extend additional targeted discounts to these customers. This circumstance underscores once again that subsidies of this nature are not well managed via cross subsidies, but instead through an explicit external mechanism funded and overseen by an entity specifically charged with advancing such public policy objectives. For example, the Hawaii Department of Agriculture. Do you see that?
I do.
Let's call it, for the purposes of my questioning, third-party funding.
Okay.
How would this third-party funding work?
Well, I think in my testimony, I described that we're not creating something from whole cloth here with this concept, right? This happens, there are a lot of similarities between the telecommunications industry and what YB is seeing in the shipping industry as a regulated utility. As prices, we used to call it POTS, plain old telephone service. As prices for that old copper line in your grandparents' home, as the cost kept going up and up, people didn't want to move people off of that, but they wanted them to still be able to pay the same price. So we had to cross subsidize. There was cross subsidy initially in that. You paid higher long distance rates so that you could keep low POTS rates. What ultimately happened was the FCC established what it calls the Federal Universal Service Fund. You see the impact of that on every phone bill you have on your cellular phone or any phone you have. They collect a certain percentage from every telecom subscriber and then use those subsidies, those externally derived subsidies, broad-based, in order to fund certain policy objectives. So that's the same notion here, is that, and I think the way I described it for Molokai and Lanai, which is another sort of a more route-specific notion, but it could do the same thing for a particular cargo type, is that you would use something like wharfage, which is a broad-based assessment across everything that comes in and out of the state of Hawaii. The broader you can assess such a subsidy to fund it, the better. You want to include as many people as you can who benefit from it to help pay for this subsidy. So the notion would be that you would add an adder onto, or a percentage of wharfage, which would go into a fund, which would pay the difference between what people who ship LCL or people who ship to Molokai and Lanai pay versus the revenues that are provided to whoever provides that service. That way you keep their rates low, but you also compensate the provider for the costs it costs to provide those. So that's kind of the notion I had in mind through the third-party funding mechanism. And I know that YB has been pursuing that notion internally, and I think somewhat externally as well.
Okay. And so would this third-party funding result in more revenues for YB?
Potentially, yes. To the extent, let's say that, LCL, a particular LCL shipment costs $25 or costs $50, but you can only charge $25. The extra 25 might be made up by this subsidy. So yes, it would increase revenues to YB to help cover those costs.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to be referring to Schedule G6, which was attached to the application filed on October 15, 2024, Exhibit G. So yes, can you please turn to Exhibit G that was attached to the application?
I don't have that, but I am happy if someone would hand it to me to look at it. I remember a lot about it. Would I be able to answer
Well, I
without it?
think you should
No?
wait.
Okay.
Please, to make sure it's accurate. I
Okay.
don't want to put you in a tight spot.
And I think it was revised in rebuttal.
Yes,
So
it was
okay.
revised,
Okay.
but I saw that that was confidential. So
Oh, I
this,
see. Okay.
yeah, this was not confidential.
Gosh, thank you.
So I wanted to ask you.
All right, I'm there.
Okay, great. And I'm
Thanks to
looking
Kendra.
at page 10 of 89, please. Let me know when you're on page 10.
And I will say in advance that the numbers are really small. And you said page 10?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, and like I stated, I know for the record that the YB subsequently revised Schedule G.
Yes.
The portion that I'm discussing pertaining to the GET on the first line in application Exhibit G did not change. So let's take a look at this Exhibit G, page 10, line 1. If you look at line 98, 801.00, it says gross excise tax.
I see that.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Please explain how the GET expense was allocated between inter and intrastate operations.
So if you go to column A, you'll see that it was 93.56% allocated to intra, which is going to be the regulated side. That's the allocation factor. That whole column, not to bypass your question, but if you go down to vessels, floating vessels, you'll see the 44.26 we were talking about earlier.
Wait, sorry, that's a
didn't-
catch up. Where
I
on the page is
apologize,
the
I hijacked your
vessel?
question. If you go down about where it says depreciation and amortization, and
Yeah.
you see row 104.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I
That's
see
that 44, roughly almost 45% that Ms. Kishimoto and I discussed earlier. Okay, so back up to 93.56. It was allocated 93.56% to the intrastate side. I would have to go back to the cost allocation manual to tell me what that particular line is based on. I don't remember off the top of my head how Mr. Fisher most likely would. I don't remember how that allocation factor is calculated.
Okay, but is there a way that I could look that up in the record?
It should be in the cost allocation manual, and with a little time, I could look at it after. I could look on a break
Oh, yeah, of course, but
and let you know.
yeah, but there's nothing for you to do right now. I mean, is it better for me to ask Mr. Fisher?
I think he would know. He normally does the taxes piece of the allocation stuff. I do more of the operational piece.
Yeah, because I would just like to understand how this cost allocator was determined. Is that better suited for Mr. Fisher?
I think it is.
Okay, great. So then, so let me know if this next question is something I should ask Mr. Fisher, but
Okay.
is YB's unregulated business subject to the GET?
That's the part I don't know. I think
Okay.
Mr. Fisher will know that.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your time. I have no further questions for you at this time.
Take a break. Brief recess.
Sure. 10 minutes. Right, we're back from break. Believe we were on now. Any commissioners have questions for Mr. Starkey? Commissioner Yost?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Starkey. In terms of the exercise you're conducting, I'm struck by how some parts of it may inherently preclude other parts from being considered, or other factors from being considered. So like, for example, you think about elasticity and how a price increase may reduce demand. But there isn't anything in the model that you're working on that considers how you might take additional customer outreach steps to increase a type of service that's currently the most profitable service that YB offers. It's kind of the reverse of elasticity almost, somehow like figuring out a way to just increase the volume of cargo that runs through the most profitable service. So, I mean, can you explain, do you consider any other types of factors like that? Or really are you just kind of looking at what YB does now and understanding how the costs of what it does now should be allocated?
The short answer is that we do. Not.
Oh.
I think the short answer is that we do, but let me tell you what I mean by that. So, and when I say we, I mean YB as well. So when you develop the test year for the forward-looking period, you should take into consideration, and I think YB did, new revenue opportunities or the advancement of current opportunities that you're driving towards. So there might be revenue opportunities that you didn't realize that do show up. That's absolutely possible and is true. But to the extent you're forecasting effectively on your test year with your revenue, you should be incorporating those increasing revenues from whatever sources you are driving to try to create. So on the revenue requirement side, we should be trying for those new revenues, and we should be incorporating them in the test year. And then on our side, we basically, but the test year will just calculate revenue on the demand we expect without a price increase. The only thing the price elasticity of demand is, it layers one more section on, which is if we get the price increase, how will that impact demand? Is that helpful? I hope that answers your question.
It does. Can you give an example? Like, let's say there's been some discussion about increased volume of aggregate being shipped between islands. How was that taken into consideration in forecasting for your rate model? And if so, how was it taken into consideration?
So again, I want to make the distinction between the revenue requirement model, which is going to which is going to forecast your revenue for the test year, and then the price elasticity and the pricing model. Let's keep it separate so it's easier to talk about them. In terms of whether the additional aggregate was in the revenue forecast, my understanding is that those aggregates are charters. And so I think there was a forecast in the budget for additional charter work, because that had been the experience over the last couple of years, but that's going to go on the unregulated side. And so that wouldn't impact the test year on the unregulated side for those additional revenues. Now, the more we use those barges to do things like aggregate, the more of the cost shifts from the regulated side to the unregulated side, because we're using those vessels more for charter. So there's an advantage to the regulated side of that revenue. Not only because it helps the company, generate net income, we hope, but also because it shifts costs from the regulated to the unregulated side.
So when you were speaking earlier about a 45-55 split between regulated and unregulated, are you saying that demand forecasts, potentially including increased unregulated volume, are already included in that 45-55 split? Like that's what's predicted by YB for test year 2025?
Yes. And not to make this more complicated than I don't want to make it complicated, but there's a separate model called the volumetric forecast model that sort of checks the projected revenue going forward. And in that volumetric forecast model, we try to attempt to do exactly what you're describing, which is what does demand look like in the test year for 2025? So we try to project that out. And I do know that charter revenues have been on the increase. They've been very successful. It's been an area where they've spent a lot of time and attention to try to get more revenue in the door. So I think that has been a success story of theirs. And so the additional revenue projected in 2025 in the budget would be in the test year.
All right, thank you. What about, it's my understanding that no real fundamental changes to the way in which LCL is processed are considered as part of this test year, correct?
That's true.
Do you have any opinion, and this may be a poor analogy, but if I want to go to the post office and ship some package to the mainland, I've got choices, and the price varies substantially based on the amount of time it takes to get there, essentially. And I don't know exactly why that is, but I'm guessing it may be that, for the cheapest rate, the post office waits until it's got a full container of something and it can ship it all at once. And that means it's just going to take 3 weeks to get there, or maybe longer, who knows really, or I can pay a lot more and ship it overnight. So has that type of consideration for LCL ever been discussed in your experience working with YB, that perhaps just slowing down the pace of it could be a means of making it a more profitable service as opposed to just continuing the way it is now?
I think it's exactly the right question. And the short answer is yes. So about, trying to remember, maybe 2.5 years ago, we were actually assigned to do kind of a deep dive into LCL. And when I say we, I mean QSI. We were assigned to do a deep dive into LCL, really understand where is it coming from, where is it going to, who's shipping it, what are the sort of prevailing market rates for it, and all that kind of stuff. And we have done that analysis. And there is a lot of discussion, has been a lot of discussion inside of YB about exactly the kinds of things you're talking about. Should there be a staggered rate schedule, depending upon the level of service, whether that's by the amount of time it takes to get there, or whether that's by, there was some discussion, I think it was the management auditor who suggested maybe a flat rate box notion. So those discussions are absolutely going on at YB and have been going on. The one thing I would say, and is difficult, and I just say this from a sort of structural perspective, is that imagine that you had this sort of tiered rate structure, and you had different levels of service and that type of thing. As it's currently structured today, all of that would have to go in the tariff. And anytime they wanted to change that, they'd have to come back to y'all and get something changed. So you can imagine that's a difficult market reactive model, right? To sort of try to react to the model in ways that are sort of countering what other people do, a FedEx or an Amazon or something like that, but with a process that takes a really long time. Well, that's not fair. A certain amount of time, more time than you'd take if you were just an individual business to do. So I think that is part of the issue. Now, I think you are starting to see some real action happening, and I think that's what the business plan was trying to convey to you, is that these transformative methods these transformative ideas are really going to start taking hold. And so that thought process has certainly accelerated in the last 6 months to a year, that I can at least tell, just as an outside viewer.
Okay, well, we're in a rate case right now, so it would seem like now is the time to do it. But we don't have that option to consider, apparently. Like right now, we just have a consideration of a rate design that deals with the way things have been done for many years, rather than something that might fundamentally change the cost relationship of the shipment, to the customer. So I think that's sort of one of the things we've been kind of complaining about. So to lack of a better word, in our orders is this seeking more effort, not just to focus on price increases, but to focus on shifts in the way in which things are done to influence the cost of that activity.
Innovation, absolutely, no question. Do you want me? You didn't ask a question, so I don't know if you want me to react, or I'm happy to.
No, go ahead. That's it. Yeah, I don't have a question. And sorry, I'm pontificating again.
No,
and that's not.
I appreciate that. That's good. And like I said, innovation is really what you're seeking, and I think that's what's necessary. If I understand the process that's kind of in play now. And by process, I really kind of mean the sequence of events. I understand that that YB sees it kind of as follows, is that in this case, we can get the rate design closer. Not all the way there. We can get it closer. As we implement the business plan, I think they'll be bringing you ideas exactly like you're thinking about in a very short time frame. And then if you see in the business plan, there's another rate case scheduled for sometime in late 2026 or something like that. I think the notion is take the steps we can in this rate case, let them put together a plan, a real plan. Not the business plan is, as I think Ms. Chu said, is really kind of a strategy. What you really need is an implementation plan. What are you really going to do step by step? And I think that's what's coming next. And then I think, to your point, those things could be addressed in the next rate case to really get to the bottom of it. Because there's, as it says in the business plan, there's a lot of customer interaction that needs to happen. They need to really understand their market and how they will react to certain types of options. But just being from the outside listening in, that's my understanding of the intent of what's going to happen.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Kuai.
Just to follow up what you just said and get a better understanding of the timing of this. So YB has been in front of us, gosh, in my short period of time, every single year on some type of rate case. And you said a couple of years ago, your company was charged to look at these different types of pricing models or shipping models. And you're saying that they're close to being designed or implemented?
The models are available. I
Okay.
mean, one of the things we talked a little bit about how YB BIP allocates costs between the regulated and the unregulated. It also drives those costs down to the individual commodity code level. So the 130 different types of cargo, we know what the unit costs are associated with those. So it is driving a lot of intelligence into the system.
So, but as far as different shipping models, as Commissioner Yost was proposing, packaging, timeframes and all of that, are you saying in the next, I guess, rate request, we're going to see that reflected in YB's request?
I can't speak for them, but that's my understanding. Like I said, I want to make sure that you hear me as an outsider kind of looking in and seeing the decisions that are being made there. But that's my understanding, is that it's a process of, in this rate case, getting closer through the rate design that we've proposed. And then the next stage is to use some of those tools we've developed over the last couple of years to really put together an implementation plan of how to do it better. And then, because it's still regulated, in the next rate case, we'd have to kind of deal with the revenue impacts of that and the demand impacts and that type of thing. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starkey, just one question. Right, when Ms. Kishimoto was up here, right, and we're talking about the 45-55 split, and she noted that was for barges, and then there was a question, believe from Ms. Verbrugge, talking about, is that all assets? And then it was kind of like, no, the tugs and barges kind and shoreside assets, and Ms. Kishimoto just said, slightly higher. And I just want to get a sense of if you know the number or what is slightly higher.
So, and I know why she said that, right? Because it's a more complex question than it sounds. But let me tell you where you can look and get precision.
And I will say, I understand, right? There's all different types of
Right.
shoreside assets.
Right. So in that Exhibit G that Ms. Verbrugge showed me a little while ago, and I pointed you to that column where I said, here's where you find that 44%. All of those percentages in that column are sort of category by category, the percentage allocations. And so you can see each one there. Now, what you won't see at that level of detail, you'd have to look in the model to see, is a 40-ton lift, like one of the really big ones that carries the 40 and 45-foot containers. That's going to have a little bit different allocation than 5-ton lift, which primarily just moves pallets, because there are a lot more interstate containers than there are intrastate many times. And so those allocations, you can go deeper, I guess is what I'm saying, than that column, but the high level will be in that column, and you can see it for all the different types of cargo equipment.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Ono?
And Mr. Starkey, can you turn to exhibit YBRT 700, which was included in your rebuttal?
Okay, I'm there.
And can you tell us what that shows?
Yes, there are 2 pages to YBRT 700. And I guess I would ask you for this description to look at this page, the second page, which is a big graph. So I guess I've been involved at YB since 2017. And there does seem to be a perception that YB's costs are kind of out of control. And that, and of course, I've been around the regulatory business for 30 years, right? I understand that, cost containment is an important issue, and it's an important issue for YB. But I guess I put this chart in there because I want us to all look at it in context. And yes, YB's costs are increasing, and they're increasing every year, and they're increasing by a known rate, right? Maybe 4 to 5%, maybe a little bit higher in some cases. The context I wanted to provide was, so I had my team pull the pricing index, the producer price index, put out by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics for industries that would be comparable to YB. And the one we used as the primary comparable was the deep sea freight transportation. That's got Matson and Patient and comparables in it. And if you have this chart in front of you and you look at this dark orange line, that's the producer price index for the deep sea transportation. It's increasing over the last 10 years by almost 7% a year. And the reason I think that's important is because, yes, YB's costs are increasing, and yes, cost containment is important, and all the things that we've been talking about all week are super important. But in context, their costs are not increasing any more than their peers are. And so we just kind of have to keep that in mind, I think. It doesn't make our job different. It just gives us a different context, maybe, as we look at the revenue requirement. I guess the only other thing I would add to that is that I'm getting far afield of your question. I apologize. But I just wanted to reiterate Dr. Ankom's analysis he did comparing the Pacific Maritime Association. So we wanted to spend time also understanding over the last year or two, is YB just inefficient? Are they doing a really poor job? If so, then that's where we should be focusing our priorities. Or is it something else? So we did an analysis. And we tried to make it as simple as possible. We said for every revenue ton of cargo moved, how much does it cost the Pacific Maritime Association? And how much does it cost YB? And then for every revenue ton of cargo moved, how many hours does it take the Pacific Maritime Association? And how many hours does it take YB? Using both of those statistics, YB moves more revenue tons per dollar and moves more revenue tons per hour than the Pacific Maritime Association, which includes all ports on the West Coast, 71 members, all ports from Oregon all the way down to Southern California. So they have a highly efficient workforce, well managed. Yes, expensive, but also skilled. So I just wanted that context, I think, is important as we think through these things. YB's costs are increasing, yes, but the whole industry is. And if you look within the industry at YB, it's efficient, at least with respect to its labor and how it uses its labor compared to its peers. Sorry, I got far afield.
Thank you. Let's move to rate design.
Okay.
Your testimony and your rebuttal address rate design. Is that correct?
True.
Are there any aspects of your rate design proposal that you would like to highlight?
I think just the sort of granularity of it and just maybe a couple of examples. So I've complained in the past about across the board rate designs because I understand them, especially with respect to the ER. I totally get it. But you can kind of think of it in a grocery store example, right? The price of eggs shot through the roof not that long ago. At least they did in Missouri. If every time that happened, you had to raise all your rates effectively, just to cover the cost of eggs, then people would come in and they'd buy eggs and nothing else, right? So you have to send the proper signals. And so the intent of the rate design that we have now is to be more specific. And I'll take the minimum bill of lading as an example. We have a proposal to increase the minimum bill of lading. And the minimum bill of lading is basically anytime you bring something in, you'll pay a minimum charge, even if you just bring in a shoebox, because that's just not very efficient, right? But even if you just bring in that shoebox, you have the same ordering and customer service and billing as a 45-foot container. So we have a minimum bill of lading now, but it's only $70. We want to raise that to $125 or $120, depending on whether it's dry or reefer. Okay. So that isn't a lot of money in the right column where you start looking at the target revenue requirement, but we think it's an important way to recover our one-time fixed cost for each shipment without having to cross-subsidize that by things that are bigger, that have fewer costs per unit. So that's the only point I would make is there's a lot of specificity and a lot of thought that went into the rate design here beyond just an across-the-board increase or an increase for LCL versus everything else. The intent is to start really rationalizing this rate structure for those types of, costly and invariable costs.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any recross, Mr. Moses?
Just one question on
Yeah.
recross. Mr. Starkey, Ms. Verbrugge and Commissioner Yost were just asking you a bit more about price elasticity of demand effects. Dr. Brubaker testified about some macroeconomic factors affecting cargo volumes. Do you think price increases through price elasticity impacts will be the only factor affecting cargo volumes?
No, and Dr. Ankam in his analysis, in his direct testimony, includes two of Dr. Brubaker's primary macro variables to account for and really to isolate those impacts. So in a multivariable regression, as you likely know, basically you include independent variables to try to isolate impacts from various types of influences. Some of those are macro in nature, not only micro. Price elasticity of demand is primarily a microeconomic concept. But you try to include where you can anything that will isolate what you're trying to solve for, the dependent variable, which in this case is change in quantity to change in price. So Dr. Ankam used Dr. Brubaker's analysis to include two macroeconomic variables, I believe, and I'm working from memory. I believe it was the number of visitors per year and the mean housing price or something. I think those were the two that he used in order to isolate those macro variables so that what we're left with is only, to the extent we can, the impact of price, not those macro variables.
Thank you.
Ms. Verbrugge, anything further?
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Starkey.
Thank you.
Wanted to recall, Mr. Fisher, there was a question on that Ms. Verbrugge had about, I know it was on the Schedule G.
Yes,
Yes, I
he was working on it. Can we just take a quick
Sure.
break to see where he is and
Sure.
getting that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're back from break, and we have recalled Mr. Fisher, just reminding you that you are still under oath.
Yes.
And I believe it's just the one question around the Schedule G regarding taxes and the like. So Ms. Verbrugge, you want to ask that question?
Yes,
Yeah.
thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher. I would like to direct your attention to Exhibit G that was attached to YB's application.
Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
No, I
Okay.
don't, but
Do you mind getting
yes,
a copy from your
you'll
counsel?
see a copy.
And I'm looking at page 10 of Exhibit G, page 10 of 89. So please let me know when you're there and take your time.
I'm there.
Okay. And just stating, as I previously noted for the record, that the YB subsequently revised Schedule G, the portion that I'm discussing pertaining to the gross excise tax in application attached Exhibit G did not change. So I'd like to start with asking you, what is gross excise tax? Is that the same thing as general excise tax?
Yes, I think that's probably a typographical error. It should say general excise tax.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with the BIP model and the cost allocation factors used by the BIP model to allocate costs between YB's regulated and unregulated operations?
Yes, I was primarily responsible for the preparation of that model.
Okay. So please take a look at the very first line, line 98. And it says 801.00 gross excise tax. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Would you please explain how the GET expense was allocated between inter and intrastate operations?
Yes, it would also be helpful to probably have Exhibit YB 1201, which was to Mr. Starkey's testimony. And what that represents is the summary report produced by the YB BIP model, which is what we colloquially call Report 15,000. That summary schedule will show you both general excise tax revenue and
Mhm.
general excise tax expense and the jurisdictional factors derived from both.
Okay, so I do have YB 1202. Would you tell me what page I should go?
Did you say 1202 or 1201?
Oh, you meant 1201?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me pull that up.
Ms. Verbrugge,
Yeah.
can you, just for the record, to clarify, what does YB BIP
Oh, right.
stand for?
Yeah, of course. What does YBBIP stand for?
Okay, so YB, of course, represents Young Brothers, and then the BIP acronym stands for Business Intelligence Platform.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I need to pull up my 1201, so please pardon me while I retrieve that. Documents. So do you have YB 1201 in front of you, Mr. Fisher?
I do.
Okay, can you tell me what page I should be looking at?
It's page 2 of 2, first page being the title page, but it's
Yes.
the one that's actually got the summary report on it.
Okay, yes. So I have that in front of me. Would you please walk me through this exhibit and tell me how that pertains to your response to my question?
Certainly. If you go down to in the operating expense section, which is the middle section, about 4 rows from the bottom, there's a line item that says GET expense. And if you go over to the third column, you'll see percentages that represent the jurisdictional allocation factors. And you should see that exact same 93.56%. Now that is the result of, if you go up to the third row at the very top under the revenue section, you'll see the exact same percentage next to the general excise tax revenue line item. So the model takes and just references that same percentage for the expense as is derived from the revenue, because it's a pass-through for YB. Whatever they collect from their customers, they're supposed to remit back to the state. So the model captures that 93.56% for the expense, and that's what's carried over to the revenue requirement model line item that we were discussing in Exhibit G.
Okay, I think I understand. So for the unregulated side, the unregulated side pays only 6.44%. Is that correct?
Well, it's not the value they pay. This is a representation of YB's total collections. How much is that attributable to the unregulated or CCA customers? And in this circumstance, the reason why that split is so dramatically different is that most of the CCA customers are considered more like a wholesaler or a producer. So they remit a much, much lower percentage for general excise tax than the retail or smaller individual customers that YB serves on the regulated side.
Okay, and could you please explain what CCA stands for?
I believe that acronym stands for Connecting Carrier Agreement.
Okay, just so I understand, so CCA has a smaller percentage, 6.44%, because it's mostly wholesale customers, is that right?
Yeah, just to be clear there, in the model, they're assigned a much smaller percentage of the general excise tax expense factor because the total collections that YB receives from those customers is significantly smaller because they're assessed at a much lower tax rate by the state.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks. That concludes my questions for you.
You're welcome.
I'll redirect.
No cross.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for indulging in those questioning, just to make sure we got it on the record. Seeing that it's 4:00, why don't we break for today? We'll start tomorrow with the consumer advocates, witnesses, and I guess cross by YB and also any cross by our staff and the commissioners. I'm hoping we can get through all 3 tomorrow and get to closing statements. So maybe prepare for that happening. Maybe what I'll say at this moment, we'll probably plow through to make sure we finish tomorrow instead of extending to Friday. So, of course, it all depends upon how much cross. Okay.
Yes,
That work?
I believe we'll finish.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow, 9:00, and we'll start with the consumer advocates, witnesses.
Thank you.